hello, people. It's time for us to wrap up our SIGNALIS stream. I'm pouring myself a drink that I may regret. We'll see. And make sure I got my things muted. Oh no, that can't go there. Give me a coaster. Clean that up real quick. And switch over. Here we go. Hello, hello, everybody. I did unmute. Good. I did unmute. Sweet. How you doing? All right. So, got to get myself situated here. We got had to. We're trying new things with drinks right now. So, how'd y'all like that super drunk Zomboid stream? That was fun. We're kind of continuing that idea here, but we're going to do that with we got a dark and stormy again, but this time we have proper rum. I went out and got some good rum, not some 151 crazy shit to actually mess me up. Because I have no drinking tolerance. Woohoo. So I made a proper dark and stormy yesterday. Delicious. Might just replace the mule entirely for me. Today, we're doing not a dark and stormy, but it is dark rum and how do I pronounce this again? Jarritos lime. And that is replacing both the lime juice and the ginger beer. So we'll see how that is. I might regret this. We'll find out. But you're not here for that. You're here for SIGNALIS and oh crap, which save? This one. We already got to nowhere? Dang. Okay. And I need to get my guide open. I think we have 2 keys. No, not that. Come on, you know how to open a storage box. Yes, we have the key of eternity and the key of love. So with key of sacrifice. By the way, if this is the first time you're popping into a SIGNALIS stream, we've already gone through the first play and the second. We've gotten 3 endings so far, and we've toned it down from the survival difficulty to casual, and we're basically speedrunning the game at this point to try and get the last 2 endings. So, if you're here for the story, this is not the one. I would love for you to stay, but it's a good story. Don't spoil yourself either. So, with that, yes, I am using a guide. And I need to open up my guide here. Which Elk sent me a very helpful guide. Bookstore. Bookstore is where I need to deviate to ensure that I don't miss anything. Otherwise, we're just going quick. We have the doll with 2 pieces. And we have the rusted key. So bring the rusted key. And I guess we'll leave everything else for right now. But, yeah, if you're coming for horror, I'm just gonna clown. I'm gonna clown these fools. That is... We're not being respectful of the horror. Also, let me get my stream monitor back up so I can see if anybody says anything. Okay, we've got the last piece of the wooden doll. I'm leaving those grenade shells. Grenade launcher isn't real. I'm like 90% sure the grenade launcher is not real. Okay, diamond. Let me get my notes here that have been scattered all across my desk. Oh, God, the map is such a mess. Oh, that's right. I need to open map. Hang on. We did our wonderful MS Paint map last time. So we'll get that open too. Open. And just so people can see it. Here's the map. This is what constitutes a map. Don't worry, it makes sense to me. It doesn't have to make sense to anybody else. Okay. Diamond code was that one. Right. Terrible layout. Okay. Excuse me. Get this. And then we're just gonna zip on by, everybody. Ooh, you're actually getting way more hits in than I expected you to. Maybe a little too cavalier. How's our health? Not great. So we're going to want to go back and heal that immediately. The ending that we are... Ending number 4 that we're trying to get requires us to be as damaged for as little as possible. So, give me some repair patches. Give me that feel-good medicine. That wasn't enough, was it? Give me another one. Here we go. Gotta at least keep it in blue. 80%. Okay. Jarritos with rum. Actually doesn't work as well as I thought it would. It's... You ever mix flavors and they kind of neutralize each other a little bit? That's what I'm experiencing right now. And I didn't think anything could neutralize Jarritos, especially because I'm on like a sugar-free everything. It's like a kick in the teeth. Yeah, so this one didn't work. We'll just stick with a standard Dark and Stormy. Okay, we're gonna put that away. We'll go use the doll to get the plate of balance. Let me look at a map here. Figure this out. We are currently here. I don't know if you can see that on the stream. There's the hand room. We have to go here, 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 here. I think. Key? Is that right? That's where we put all the keys. This is the flesh hole. And then to get the balance thing, we have to go to start. To start. Which is where? I'm a little lost here. Okay, here. To flesh level. Yeah. So that means to KA. To Matroshka. This is Matroshka room. To ladder. Okay, so here's the plan. We're going to go here, up, drop off all the keys we got, run down into the Matroshka room, down the ladder, here, and then we're going to go into the balance room. And then we'll cut back here. On the way, we'll pick up the last of the keys and go here. Yep, that's the plan. That is totally the plan. Did that make any sense to anyone? Do I just look like a crazy person? I don't know. Shoot. I've already forgotten the plan. I'm pretty sure it's go this way. Drop off keys behind the flesh hole. There's an item there I never grabbed? Madness. Okay. Plate of knowledge. Plate of flesh. Plate of love. Okay, that's half the keys. That's good enough. Good enough for now. Now we're going to go get the plate of balance. What are you? Yes, take that. We're going to go trade the Matroshka for the plate of balance. Oh, this way. This is Matroshka room, right? Yes. Why is this Matroshka room? Because it's where we get the first doll piece from. Does that make sense? Probably not. This is the wrong way. Probably this way. That particular room is spun. What is this? Oh, that's another heal. No kidding. Excuse me. Just gonna zip on by right here. Are you still unconscious? She won't wake up. I have a feeling she won't ever wake up, unfortunately. That was a big hit to the eyeball. I'm not going the right way to the balance room, am I? Map. No, it's north from the save room. I was in the right room. Okay. Running through the flesh room. Take the plate of balance. Throw down the Matroshka doll. Run back. Drop off all that. And then we're going to... Not this way. I have to go behind the door guard. You are just the most annoying. But you can be passed. Take that. Then we have to go back the way we came. We will drop off that. Take the last 3 plates. What else do I want? I guess I could take a heal with me too. Why not? No! Stop perceiving me. You are very rude. Okay, last 3 plates. Okay, so last time I was talking about when you unlock each of the, it's impossible to move on. I talked about when you unlock each of the locks on the King in Yellow. Which is this is mostly information from the wiki. So we have the Eternity Plate. When you unlock the Eternity Seal, carry that through the entire game, essentially. The Lock of Love is probably some point when you determine what it is that you're seeking. And I know, like, the first run, you're seeking the wrong person because your memories are messed up. So probably at the beginning of round 2, when you realize who it is who you're actually chasing. Your love. That's probably the love plate. The love seal. The knowledge seal, I could see when you're talking with Adler and this whole scene is happening. And you're realizing that this is a cycle. The flesh plate, most likely when you sacrifice your body enough times to have enough of your bodies to fall on to survive the fall down the elevator. Balance is a tough one. Maybe the final seal fighting Falk? Because the memories are off balance between the two of you and you finally rectify that problem? That's eternity, flesh, love, knowledge, balance. Eternity, love, knowledge, balance, flesh. What's the last one again? Sacrifice. Sacrifice, I think, is it. This would be a good one for sacrifice. So would the number of times that you have to dump yourself down the hole. But I think flesh or sacrifice could be interchangeable. Another good one would be when Elster repairs herself using the other Elster's parts. Also, I cannot believe I got this close to the first rerun ending and I called it a stream there. I must have been really tired. Or like that commercial break looming, something like that. You know what? I think I'm realizing, like, I said I was gonna let these run. I think I'm realizing I can't actually skip them. Which is fine. Especially because that one's short. Alright. Back to the start menu. To the dead Elster who doesn't follow you anymore. You know, the one thing I never got for the 3D printed Elster is the little hat. I wonder if there's something I can do for that. The little tiny hat. It's so cute. That way. Oops. Operation Penrose. Oh, right. The little cauliflower colibri. Hee hee hee. That's locked. Everything is locked. Oop. Penrose briefing phase 2. By our calculations, 1,500 cycles of the mission will have passed when you receive this message. Congratulations, comrade. By now, you should have become fully acclimated to your new life on board the ship. As you approach the Oort Cloud, your search for new worlds will begin. Utilizing the long-range sensors, you will scout for valuable resources, habitable worlds, and signs of alien life. Remember to rely on your replica to assist you in maintaining your vessel. We wish you all great success in your mission. Penrose Emergency Procedures, Appendix H. Based on the data from previous long-range survey missions, salvaging the replica technician for sustenance is not recommended, even in extreme circumstances. Replica biocomponents can cause various health problems when ingested. It may look and taste like ordinary flesh, but bioengineered tissue may cause more harm than good when eaten in an emergency situation. Oxidant may look like blood, but it is indigestible to gestalts. It should also be considered that Pioneer replicas statistically have an 860% greater survivability than Gestalt Pioneer officers. For the sake of a successful mission, keeping the replica operational rather than prolonging your own suffering may be preferable. Remember, don't eat your artificial human. And more fuel on the we value replicas more than we value human lives. No leaks detected. Schedule maintenance checklist. That's right, I have to check all these before I'm allowed to continue, aren't I? Oops. All systems normal. Okay. In an emergency, you can put your Gestalt in the cryo-freeze. Yeah, so something I failed to notice the first time. Chronometer adjustment. So it's something I failed to notice the first time because I'm just like absolutely dog water awful with names. I got confused as to who we were seeking, and I assumed it was the wrong person, but I just had the wrong name. No, the person you're seeking between run 1 and run 2 are different because you're probably getting your memories mixed up with your Gestalt life. Okay, technical service record, Scout Officer Young Ariane. Officer's note, I've adjusted the ship's internal clock to run slightly slower. By my calculations, each cycle should be exactly 12.6% longer, simulating what I believe to be the length of a day on Veneta. I wonder if Elster will notice a difference. Judging from her accent, I'm sure that she's Venetan. She pronounces ship just like Issa and Ari used to. It's very cute. Hearing her speak makes me dream of the ocean. I wonder if I'll ever get to visit something like that, maybe on a distant world? Also, someone asked me recently how to pronounce Ariane. I don't know if I'm doing it right, but that was my decision there. Ariane. Open it anyway, yes. Replica known issues, Penrose program. Gestalt officer, eyes only. See, like, this is the thing that made me kind of doubt the whole Gestalts are kind of considered subordinate to replicas. A Gestalt officer is allowed to see these, but the replicas aren't. To be fair, you're probably a lot more likely to have an existential crisis if you start seeing that people have experienced what happens when your brain goes a little haywire already. And, yeah. Okay. Previous experience with the replica model has given us insight into irregularities in their behavior that stem from the original neural patterns used for this unit. Due to the sensitive nature of this information, this document should be destroyed after reading. Alistair units were chosen for the Penrose programs for their adaptability and reliability under long-term isolation conditions. Stoic and reserved, Alistair units have a relatively stable neural pattern. It is best for you to leave it alone and interact with the Alistair unit as little as possible. Alistair's neural pattern was a soldier of Venetian origin, so their needs are basic. Avoid talking to Alistair unit about the war. Penrose vessels are fitted with a specialized calibration pod, which may help the Penrose stabilization. To avoid resurfacing of the Gestalt memories, do not show or give the Alistair unit photographs, especially of soldiers during the war. Do not show the Alistair unit movies or let it listen to music. Do not try to befriend the Alistair unit. So, I'm going to guess Ariane did not actually read that. Yeah, Ariane is how I'm pronouncing that. Yeah, I'm going to guess she hasn't read it. Okay. Check everything else. Oh, note. Ariane's notes. Running out of ochre paint. Alistair laughed when I told her. Now I have to mix it myself. So annoying. I still haven't read a whole bunch of those manuals. I feel like they gave me enough to read for the rest of my life. Most of them are boring technical manuals anyway. Okay, well, yeah. Like I was saying, she probably didn't read the don't treat your Alistair like a human note. Most of them are boring technical manuals anyway. They could have given us more films to watch instead. Half of them are war films, which Alistair doesn't like, and the other half are kitschy propaganda dramas. Painting Ariana has been working on recently. A serene coastline. Alright, is everything working? The landing and docking assist motor. Everything is in order. Stat, curse, AP on, sysgut, tisnorm, twan norm, tw2 norm, tw3 norm, tw4 norm, APU Australian. A, B, C, D, okay. Ints, Usser, okay. Sense, flanks, phalanx, okay. Einst. Those probably mean things to other people that are smarter than me. Alright, what else do I have to check? I've already done that. What else we got? Report to the officer. Okay, we've already done everything. That is not the direction I wanted to go. The room is right here, Elster. How stupid and funny would it be if that note about the instability of Alistair units is your justification to show, like, why is everything so messed up here? And it's because this little nerd here had a robot waifu and is like, okay, well, look, I'm going to not read the manuals. It tells me that it makes them unstable if you show them war films and give them music and treat them like a human being and show them love. So I'm going to do that. And now she gone crazy. and her brain done broke because you dared show her kindness. Let me put on some music. Okay, talking to the Alistair, showing movies specifically about war, the relationship, the hugs, the kisses, the music. You violated everything on the docket that says don't do this with your Alistair. They're so cute, though. Listen, anyone ever tells you love isn't worth it, it'll make you crazy, tell them to sit and spin on a rusty nail bat. It's always worth it. Chase that crazy. Wise words from Static Signal. Yeah, I think a regular Dragon Stormy would have been better for this. It's okay. Okay, we are all kinds of busted up. Smeared diary page. Cycle unknown. Tell whether awake or asleep anymore. Vision is blurry, my fingers hurt, my back hurt, my teeth hurt, eyes hurt, everything hurts all the time. I can't go on. Please make it stop. How's my tasks? Lost another tooth. There was so much blood, my hands were shaking. Why is my hair falling out? I can't sleep. I just want to sleep. Please just let me sleep. Defective lock. Door is locked. Alright, so knowledge from the other endings. Can't see what's in the pod. It's just flesh. And here's another me. So we're probably doing some time warp loopy bullshit. Of like, we do the ending, we die, a previous us comes by, claims the armor, repeats the process. There's just not enough bodies there, though. But that would probably cinematically kill the moment of, like, I've taken what I needed. Diagnosis, unclear, but that is a lot of red. So I'm going to go with, Alistair's not ready to see what's in there. Or why there is another dead Alistair there. Also, how fucking hardcore are you? If your chest... Actually, yeah. We can see it here. The blue on her chest, the one that's down, that is her opened chest cavity. Those are her ribs. And she just had the armor on over it. Oh, now we have the key for this. I can't stop now. So that's kind of proof positive there that she just threw that armor on over that gigantic gash in her chest where like half her chest is missing. That didn't heal. Going Amazonian style right now. But like the entire half of the chest. Okay, this is more from... I think this is directly from The King in Yellow. Those who sing the same song have heard it in their dreams, a dark tone at the edge of hearing, a silent voice whispering in my heart. Come to us, together we will be eternal. There is no escape, we will be one. But I fear the dark sea that will swallow me. In Carcosa. They've edited out all of the references to Carcosa. Something old, far older than humanity, sleeps deep below the ground. Those of us who can hear its call in the night, an invitation to lost Carcosa. An ocean of memories where I ends and we begin. I don't take that as exact words of like that's how it goes. It has been 2 weeks and I just listened to it once and I'm going to listen to it again, but like there's a lot. It was a 6.5 hour audiobook and those stories were nonsensically connected in some parts. Great holes secretly are digged where earth's pores ought to suffice, and things have learned to walk that ought to crawl. That line definitely I recognize directly from the book. We should have never left the primordial soup. Only through death can I escape. The call of the one who rules above all life in deep Carcosa. Yeah, That's one of those things that The King in Yellow predates Lovecraft, but Lovecraft was clearly influenced enough to actually include the fictional place of Carcosa into his own mythos. Okay, geez, fine, I'll come kill you. God, so whiny. I wonder how far I can go this way before it invisible walls me. Okay, fine, fine. We'll get on the boat. The oddly sarcophagus-shaped boat. Gestaltzerfall. All right, here we go. Time to cruise. Welcome to Sierpinski. You have been selected or elected to be relocated by Aeon to S23 Sierpinski. At our prestigious vocational school facility, you will learn new skills to shape your future as a productive citizen of our wonderful nation. Concerned about your family, friends, or former colleagues? It has been consumed by flesh. No, I don't know where I'm going. I'm just going. We are just going. Service request form F29. Data filing for service request form. Full protector ID of unit filing request. Status staff department. Full protector unit of possible. Full protector ID of unit processing request. Service object. Mound intakter high security wall safe. Numeric pad. Location of object. Classroom 4B. Description. Yeah. Memorandum. Wall safe codes. It has come to my attention for the protector wall safes. Any are to be interrogated until the culprit is found. I'm Adler. Sorry. I am Adler. Wait, where are my... Yeah, give me those. Give me those. I'm going to bring a repair spray. 1 repair spray. And 1 revolver. And that is all you need. Hello? We're going to ignore you. Together our victory over the Empire. You know, I just noticed it's got the octagon shape, and the stars. It actually kind of resembles the Eternity symbol. I wonder if that is relevant. You've been here before. Yes, I have. No, I will not take the grenade shells. Grenade launchers aren't real. Grenade launchers were never invented. I forgot the code. Rule of 6, service request form. Memorandum while see dictionary. Here we go. 204512. Is that the same code? Probably not. Boom, it is. Give me that loot. Give me the card. Classroom key. That is not the inventory button. Magnetic key card for classroom 4C. Opens the classroom. Okay. Doesn't tell me anything extra. Also, I was apparently very wrong. Where I kept seeing that duo on the wall, the two photos of the two ladies, those are not Ito and, well, the two sisters. It is actually supposedly, oh no, ma'ams, please. You've changed. Look at them legs, though. Forget human proportions, forget anime proportions, forget the golden ratio. 50% legs. It's like everything was taken apart and put back together by someone who doesn't understand how it works. I have become whole again. I wear no mask. And I hate everything. Perhaps this is hell. Perhaps this space intentionally left blank. And now, we're out front. Other things I didn't realize initially. That tells you right there. I probably thought that was a ring of for the fingers. But no, it's one of these rings. Yup, yup, yup. Alright. 8mm ammo. Submachine gun. Computer we don't know how to use yet. Safe room. Thermite. Turned over coffee mug. What is that? No, the thing next to. Guess it's nothing. Alright. Put away the submachine gun. That is garbage. Hot garbage. Hot, sweaty, stank-ass booty garbage. The kind of garbage that you get from just, like, the kind of stank, nasty awfulness that you get from taking garbage from a dumpster that's been outside for 48 hours, just stuffing it directly into your ass and then shitting it out. Stank, nasty booty nastiness. Okay, if I remember correctly, running past you sucked. Yes, everything is locked. So come down here. And then we're going to just zip by you and go back. That is the furnace room. We need the valve for that. So that means we got to sneak past you ladies. I remember hating this room. No, I don't want the grenade shells. The grenades aren't real. Okay, shotgun shells. That's not fair. That's not fair, ladies. Okay, we've got an elevator, or a ladder. Elevators are like ladders. They're basically the same thing. Okay, here we got some bunks. It looks like there's a playing card embedded in the paint of the painting. The paint layer is too thick to remove the card without dissolving the paint first. So I'm pretty sure this is the painting that... Oh, those are the banned books from the beginning. And also, I'm pretty sure that's the painting that they refer to. And then here, those are the duo that I kept thinking was the sisters, but it's actually the leader, the revolutionary leader, and her daughter. That all of the replicas were made to look like. I'm so good at sneaking. Do 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 do. Standard drinking game. Waiting for the room to clear. Take a drink. Yeah, I'm gonna stick to a standard dark and stormy. Like, these do not complement each other nearly as well as I thought they would. I thought we were going to have like extra sweet and limey. No. Okay, this room, I probably actually have to kill everyone. Because there's something to grab here. We're gonna go back. You're still over there? That's fine. Stolen document, classified information, replica technician Gestalt, eyes open. Only. Carefully selected by Aeon, exemplary citizens of the nation are permanently cryogenically preserved in neural archives, each becoming a neural pattern for a new replica model. To preserve the image of the replica as an incorruptible ideal, the original Gestalt is erased from records in public memory. Ooh, I didn't get this lore the first time. And I remember Lee commented on this, and I had no idea where we were supposed to get this information from. So, the people that they want to make a bunch of replicas out of, they freeze that, they put that person on ice permanently. Yeah. Exemplary citizens of the nation are permanently cryogenically preserved in neural archives, each becoming a neural pattern for a new replica model. To preserve the image of the replica as an incorruptible ideal, the original Gestalt is erased from records and public memory. So when they say that Alistair was lost, they mean they died. The person that Alistair was based on. During the production process, when experienced bioresonant technicians copy that neural pattern to a new unit, a majority of episodic memories are altered and suppressed. When the resulting replica maintains the skills and personality of the original Gestalt, it will be incapable to recall specific events from the life of the donor under normal circumstances. This ensures the replica performs its duties without distractions and created by personal memories of the donor. However, even the best maintained replica unit will eventually be exposed to stimuli that may cause Gestalt memories to resurface. While units degraded in such a way pose no particular danger, like all units with persona degradation, they will eventually lose many of their advantages over Gestalt workers. Because persona degradation is usually difficult to identify from the outside, bioresonance is used by command units to surveil units under their command. Generally, it is recommended to swiftly decommission and replace units before their productivity decreases or they begin to show clear signs of individuality. When ammunition is rationed, alternative ways of decommissioning may be deployed at the discretion of a local operational command. Ooh. Ooh, as soon as they start showing their own individuality, they don't just flip the off switch. They put a bullet in your head. Oh boy. How's my inventory? Not great. You have 2 slots. Let's push on. Let me through the door! Oh, come on. That's not funny. That's not cool. Come on. That's not cool. Let me through the door, please. Zoom, zoom. Door's locked. Give me the heal. I think that was a different heal. Nope, that was the same heal. Okay, locked. Locked. We'll take the signal. Oh, come on. Okay, there's our wheel. Mondfest celebrations canceled over safety concern. Okay, so I remember this was, I think this was the celebration related to the Red Eye. Seasonal Mondfest celebration, a young but well-established tradition in most Rotfront sectors, will not be allowed to take place until further notice. The Protector Public Office has announced today. I think the rum is hitting me a little bit. I'm stumbling my words a bit. There is a credible threat to public safety that is currently under Protector investigation. Citizens are only to leave home for work and report all suspicious activities to the Block Warden. When pressed about the rumors of an Imperial spy living in Sector C, the Protector Public Office only repeated their appeal to citizens to report all suspicious activities to a Protector. Okay. So I see you are guarding ammo and you are guarding, I think that's 12 millimeter revolver ammo. Actually, you know what? Now to think about it, 12 millimeter. I think 12.6 millimeters is the equivalent to a 50 cal. So assuming that it's not, that it has like an appropriate amount of powder behind it to charge it, we're talking like Desert Eagle level power. But in such a short barrel, that revolver probably isn't able to make use of it. It's still powerful, but... Oh, we're back here? Right, I don't get a map of it. No, I do. That door's locked. Don't joke. That's flesh. That's a flesh door. Do I have one space in my inventory. Okay. I can't tell if you're guarding like pistol ammo or a regular heal. Give me that. I'm gonna hide in the corner. And then walk by. Okay. Then we go down, we spin the wheel in the gas room to ungasify it. Excuse me. Zoom! Oh man. Oh man, I cannot get over what a difference it is between casual mode and survival mode. Like, Still not gonna be, like, doing perfect runs, but feeling good. No space for acetone. Okay. Door locked. We got the stun rod. We got the hole to drop down. We don't need to do any of that right now. Let's go pick up these items. And then pick up what we've left behind. And then we'll drop down the flesh hole. Remember, flesh hole responsibly. Protect your items. Store one of those, all those, that, and that. Oh, wait, no. Blue disc we can make use of immediately. No. There we go. And blue disc. Please shut that radio off. Okay, post box. These went from bottom to top. No, they did not. They go from top to bottom. Oldest at the top. Your requisition request for a Type 84 submachine gun was successfully processed. Responsible body and commando route front Nord. Protector, Calibri R1604. Authorization blockware Rot C. 1 Type 84 Drakh burst fire and 120 Kwang 8 compact 8 by 22 millimeter ammo. The locksmith said that it will take at least a period until the replacement key is done. My niece currently has the only other key, but she's still at the hospital now. Camilla Young. To the blockwart of Sector C, there are rumors that there is an Imperial spy active in your area. A Protector Special Operations Unit has been dispatched from Aeon headquarters on Heimat to investigate and should arrive within 6 to 12 cycles. Needless to say, should they be successful, this will not reflect on your record. You know what to do. Calibri R1604. So this is the one that requisitioned this gun. As every season, your performance will be subject to a review by local command soon. Remember that this review will determine if you are marked for replacement. I understand that you need entry to the bookstore for your patrol, but we do not have a spare key for the front door. However, you can use the back entrance to get into the store. It's secured with a keypad. The code is the birthday of my daughters. They were born on Vinta. Check the last 6 digits of their PKZ numbers. Kind regards, Anja Ito. Response, no. I love that. Just solve my riddle to get into the bookstore. And his response is just, no. All right, so we got the radio station. We're gonna do this. Turn this on. Probably 43. 210. Right. Okay, so we need to change this station. To 210. Oops. Why did you move the mouse so far away? Okay, transmit. Okay, so we've got the radio fixed for later. Now, map. We wanted to go through the pipeworks, through here, and drop down into the meat grinder. We're going to pick up the item in the garbage chute in the meat grinder. Yup. That's the plan. I missed a commercial break. I am so sorry. Hopefully I was just like fucking around the radio or something. Not saying anything of import. Alright, 3 bullets of 12 millimeter big ammo. Okay, jump in the hole. Jump in the meat grinder. It's totally safe. That hallucination wasn't from pain of being grinded up. But also, it's probably your girlfriend dying of radiation poisoning. Also, these little shadow things really, really trip me up. Knowing that that's what the Gestalts became. Okay, we got the tower. The tower key. Millions starve as Imperial blockade continues. Due to the ongoing transit? Okay, due to the ongoing transit of Kitesh, ration shipments to Veneta have been disrupted by Imperial forces again. Millions of Yusin citizens must starve for yet another month as Imperial missile frigates of Kitesh orbit critically damaged. Well, I think I remember screwing this up when I read it last time too. Millions of Yusin citizens must starve for yet another month as Imperial missile frigates in Kitesh orbit critically damaged. Imperial missile frigates in Kitesh orbit critically damaged one of our humanitarian convoys on the way to Veneta, sending diplomatic efforts with the Empire into another crisis. The orbit of Kitesh will continue to block free travel between Veneta, Rotfront, and Heimat for another 8 seasons, which leaves our liberation troops on Veneta stranded on the desolate ocean world with minimal support. Convoys will continue to be sent despite the Imperial blockade. Only through perseverance can we rebuild what remains of Veneta. So, being reminded that Veneta is an ocean planet and Alistair was at war there, those flashbacks on the beach might be well, like those memory moments, whatever they are. I think they're flashbacks with a little bit of I can't say Lovecraftian because Lovecraft didn't exist, but old ones horror. Technically that was King in Yellow. 160. Okay. Oh yeah, get rocked by my radio. You don't like that, do you? Oh, I saw that change 127 to 126. Ow! 94. Yeah! Eat radio! Ouch! Take the stun rod. Door's locked. This door is not. Another safe room? How considerate. Tower, acetone, patient key. Room 512. Okay, we're not going back there for a minute. We might be going back there immediately, but you know what? I haven't figured that out yet. Okay. We got bullet. Immediately put the bullet away. Boom. I would not be surprised if that revolver is a one-hit kill in casual mode. I would believe that. Don't mind me, just sneaking on by. This is where I came from. Just doing a little snaky poo. Yeah, so that, like, these marks here, if that's what the gestalts become, she died standing up against a wall? Yikes. Alright, then we got the code reader here. Oh, you really are blind with that leg strapped to your face, huh? Which makes perfect sense. I mean, how are you going to see anything? You have a leg strapped to your face. Silly. Okay. Nope, we already figured that out. So I'm going to go up the other ladder. Wait, where did the shield face go? Weird. Okay. Oh, rude. Come on down. And I'll zoom on by. I guess I'll take that patient key. Because I think we're going in that general direction. I think we're going back up either way. Oh, right. I hated this room. Let me read this note. The red eye. There exists a strange folklorish idea in many sectors of Rotfront related to pareidolia, the tendency to see meaningful images in random patterns, like seeing a face in an inkblot or letters in a smudge of dirt. It is well known that the so-called red eye is simply an anticyclonic storm produced by a high-pressure region in the atmosphere of Rotfront's planet. Yet for some of the early settlers of Rotfront, this natural phenomenon became symbolic of the struggle and way of life. I am turning the game down on my side. I'm actually going to do that for y'all too. Because I'm realizing, like, the combat music when I'm trying to read is actually really distracting. Yet for some of the early settlers of Rotfront, this natural phenomenon became symbolic of a struggle and way of life. The red spot in the sky became a perfect metaphor for the ever-present surveillance by the protectors and the tight grip of the central government on Heimat. Even today, the idea of an unblinking, watchful eye observing their every move still resonates strongly with the people here. During the celebration of Mondfest at the end of each season, adult citizens will sometimes give students ration marks that have been dipped in red paint. Officially, the red paint is said to represent the blood of those who died in the revolution, but the red coins share an eerie resemblance to that red eye, or is it just pareidolia too? Should you ever receive one of these red eye ration marks, remember to clean off the paint with acetone or similar paint thinner. Spending or regifting paint-covered coins is considered to bring bad luck. Okay, so weird thing there that I am noticing is that is definitely the hint that acetone is used to remove paint. And that acetone is a paint thinner. That is probably for people that just don't know what acetone is. But I could see that getting confused with like the references to the red eye and everything else. That you focus on different parts of this. And I would understand that. Ah, crap. Oh. I don't have a heal on me? Oh, no. Quick, we have to go back. Please, I have a boo-boo. I scraped my elbow when they hit it with a machete. Please. Please, I need healing. There we go. I got a message here. Let me check real quick. Related. It's fine. All right. So, map. The painting's down this way, so we can do that right away. Actually, that's the ladder room. That must... I think that's the room that we put all the tarot cards into. So let's do this. Let's go down the painting dormitory right away and resolve that. I'll bring the patient key. I don't think I need it. But I'll bring it. Because I don't remember which door. I think it is this one here. I'll bring it anyway. Use the acetone. Also, for the people that didn't know what acetone is for, it is actually it's not like super corrosive, but if you're removing paint and inks from a painting to uncover a card, it also likely is going to be susceptible to the acetone. So be careful. You might damage it. Or something. I don't know. Okay, so that's going to go up this way. That's going to go to the apartment. No, I don't want to do that. I want to go back to the computer room, drop off the key. That's the sunroom. Keypad Blackyard. I think that's the next spot. Which is down. So we're going to go back to the main room, in here, down here. I don't remember what that door is, but it's probably nothing, and then that's probably the door that I need to put the patient key in. Okay, you guys are reset, right? Yeah, totally. I need to remember when I get to the bookstore. Importante. Also, if I'm running this minimalistic, give me 3 bullets. Just 3. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not gonna dunk on people for playing this on easy. It is still a tough game, but it is a significant difference between trying to do this on survival and trying to do this on easy. I'm confident the only reason I'm running around like such a clown and getting away with it is because we did it on survival first. This one? No. Oh no, I don't know where this key goes. It must be here. Oh no. That goes down. I gotta go up. I gotta go to... Okay. Okay. It's okay. Shoom. Keep running, running, and running, running, and running, running. Don't shoot nobody. Just running, running. I don't think it's behind you. Yeah, it's the end of the hallway. Whoop. Over here. Yep, now the paint room is a flesh ball. Wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, here we go. Patient key. This is where all the cards go. We'll read those later because we're going to need those to solve the puzzle. Okay, so alley. That's where I got to go. The alley. Which means going to the bottom floor or being really stupid and running this way. But I could pregame some of those cards. Ah, that was my own fault. I swerved too much. Am I hurt? I'm okay. I mean, I'm technically hurt, but I'm okay. How many of these cards do I have? I only have 2. We'll worry about it later. Do I have any other key items? The developing photo material stuff. We'll deal with that. Okay. So let's go down a floor, run all the way across, and then run all the way up. Yes. That will be the plan. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. I don't know where the shield face went in here. It's not supposed to be, like, patrolling both rooms, is it? Oh, this one's gone too. No, it's over there. Hey, don't you dare. Don't you dare. We'll do a save real quick. Why? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, back to the top floor. Then we got this door. Oh, 237. Ooh, you really had to make it that far? Rude. Look how I get closer to it. On the right, you get the diagnosis becomes more stable. $213. Strib. Strib. $77. Close enough. We're gonna take this. That's a big heal, right? Yeah, it's a big heal. And y'all can just stay right there. Reunification at any cost. Orbital defense cannon battery, Veneta 12. We've fired people from the ocean onto other planets. Definitely not what they did. But why not cannon people? Oh boy, the fly room. Everyone loves the fly room. Bioresonance technology and its limitations. Classified. No other technology has shaped our nation as bioresonance has. Would we ever have been able to free ourselves from the stranglehold of the Empire without the support of replicas? Essential technologies like kilmaforming and induced gravity would be impossible without bioresonance technology. Despite that, it feels like we've made little effort to really understand or replicate bioresonant effects with conventional technology. Our progress in our development of electronics and microprocessors have stagnated for nearly a century now as we focus solely on new ways to instrumentalize this barely understood phenomenon. Take replica production, for example. The process of duplicating a neural pattern from a Gestalt donor to a replica brain is still not fully understood. How does synchronicity happen? Why is the duplicate imperfect? What happens to pre-existing patterns in the receiving brain? Okay, you're intentionally trying to block out memories and like particular parts of the human brain so that the replica still acts like a robot but with the skills of the human. Why is it imperfect? Because you're intentionally doing it. But also, you know, and what happens to the pre-existing patterns in the receiving brain? I think we assume that it stays just fine because they keep replicating off of the same gestalt over and over again, right? And the only reason that Alistairs are not is because the original gestalt for Alistair is lost, presumably dead. So they just got one of their good models and put that on ice, and now they're replicas of a replica, which also I assume would make them less stable. Recreating a replica purely with microprocessors and digital programming may be far out of reach, but I believe that we've become overly dependent on a poorly understood technology controlled solely by a few gifted individuals. It may not be long before we're back where we were under the Empire. I mean, that's fair. Don't let AI do everything for you guys. Surprise. I'm pretty sure this game is not old by any means, but I'm pretty sure that it predates the AI craze that's currently going on. But fucking pointed right there. Okay. So this Pareidolia. So we already got the note on that now. A, E-O-N off of the butterfly wings, even though we're not actually seeing these patterns. LSTR. I don't know if I noticed that the first time. A-E-O-N. Give me that. These cocoons make me so unhappy. I don't like bugs. I do not like bugs. Caution. Incubation box. Do not tilt. I did not catch that the first time. Also, ew. Ew. At least they're butterflies and they're not, you know, flies. Alright, so that is 3 cards. And we're sneaking, and we're sneaking. Locked door, locked door. Whoops. Oh no, you missed. Oh no. Oh no. So sad. Here's our other diskette. Door is defective. Nothing else. Okay. Oh, is that the dentist room? That is a very bloody dentist room. Okay, we can go there. Unlocked this door. And we should have reconnected. We have. Fantastic. Magnifique. I did not check that door in the hallway. I'm going to go back there and I'm going to regret going back here because it's going to be a barricaded door that is blatantly not accessible. Ow! Stop slap me. So rude. No, I'm hurt. I gotta use the big heel for my big boo-boo. I really need to stop trivializing this. Right. We have the magpie on there. So, radio. I'm playing the audio. Is it 210? It's probably 210. Yeah, it's 210. Oh, and there's 2 things in here. Shoot. Store key, no space to pick up the star. Get bent, Thermite. Oh no, I can't use it. Unequip. I'm not destroying the nitro ammo. I'm sorry. We really don't need it, but I'm not destroying it. Teacher's evaluation. Ariana Young is our girlfriend. The girl without dart is remarkably odd, certainly due to her being raised solely by her mother rather than by a community of good people overseen by a block warden, as is normal these days. You know what? Fuck you. That's my girl. You're an asshole. And I will come and spank you with a mace. Her obsession with paintings, music, and other such nonsense was clearly implanted during her time living in the mountains on that desolate radio outpost. And surely her friendship with those Venetian-born Ito sisters also exposed her to some of the questionable literature that is illegally sold in her parents' bookstore. Okay, I gotta double check. I think one of the Ito sisters is who Alistair was replicated off of. But that can't be because Alistair's, I think they're still a Generation 6 unit, but the original was lost. And if they had enough of them in order for that to be a line of replicas, and then to lose the original and have one that you consider in good enough condition to be replicated off of, that would, like, unless she was friends with her, unless this is like referring to when she was a kid, which is likely teacher's evaluation. So let me timeline this. So if they were like students at the same time, and then the Ito sisters went off to war, one of them was stolen away and made into a replicant, and then Ariane re-met Ito through being a replicant of Ito. I suppose that could work. You meet again as an adult, but that would have to mean that they either didn't replicate Alistair's, they weren't doing it for very long before they decided that they lost Ito and had to use a replicant to replace as the model for Alistair's, or possibility here, big leap of speculation, but they only specify that the Gestalt was lost. They don't say how. And I can't imagine that if you've just got a Gestalt, a human that is cryogenically frozen in a controlled environment, there doesn't seem like there's a lot of room for things to go wrong. So maybe they just overcopied off of her, and the strain was too much, and they basically just burned her out, like melted her brain, making too many copies too quickly. That's like a huge leap of logic, but make me think on that one. I still need to revisit who I think Alistair was based off of, because I'm not certain that's right, but I think it was one of the Ito sisters. She does not seem to understand that these distractions are no longer acceptable now that she must partake in the society of our nation like anyone else. Personally, I can only hope military service will beat those frivolous ideas out of her in a way that this school has failed to do so far. Oh, military schools. Ugh. That is definitely something that I have heard a lot about militaries, of like, especially like the US military, where the idea of training, of service, is to remove any sense of personal identity. Okay, I want to go through here, go down the ladder, and then through here and drop stuff off. Also, what is the item I picked up? Moon disc. We can drop off the moon along the way. We can put the disc in the computer right away when we're in the save room. But the card we left in there will have to be retrieved still. Maybe I just go back and do that immediately. I think I will. Okay, moon card. So dream 1, lover on Kitesh. We'll actually read them. 6th night, I dreamt I was an imperial farmer. I embraced my lover in the red deserts of Kitesh when a storm consumed us, the sand grinding us down until nothing remained. 13th night, I was a worker in the mines of Lang when I was consumed by a shapeless mass of flesh, my flesh joining with the flesh of many others until only my bones remained. My mind joined the collective flesh which persisted beyond death. Death Lang. As a storm raged in the 16th night. As a storm raged in the sky, I fell from a ruined skyscraper on Veneta. But I never reached the ocean below. I kept falling when suddenly lightning struck the building and I woke up. Okay, skyscraper, tower. Tower, Veneta. 18th night. I was floating in the sunless sea below the ice of Rotfront when I saw a large creature move in the darkness below me in the moon's dark core. Moon, Rotfront. 19th night. I saw a burning eye in the sky above the clouds of Buyan. I was walking through the floating imperial palace when the gaze of the sun-like iris burned my body to ashes. Sun. Buyan. Okay, so he said moon, Rotfront, right? Rotfront. Moon. Actually, no, hang on. Moon. A tarot card depicting the 18th major arcana moon. It just says... What? I think it said 18. That didn't, that wasn't the 18th night, was it? It totally was. Okay. Well, maybe rather than actually interpreting these dreams, we just, I don't know, cheat and go based on the number of the arcana because we're lame like that. Why is the music going off so hard? Picked up the star. 17th major arcanum star. Okay. So I don't think there was a 17. And I don't think there was a star dream. So that just becomes a default, whatever the remaining one was. Excuse me. Which is, we have Buyan, Kitesh, Lang, Veneta, so it's gotta be Heimet. Kitesh, lover. Lang, death. Veneta, tower. Rotfront, moon. Buyan, sun. It could be star. Because the sun is a star, but I'm pretty sure that's not it. Pretty sure. Okay. Take the disc. Go downstairs. Put it in the computer. Just slap that right into the slot. Hey, rude. You gotta give me a chance. Ouch. Am I injured? We're okay. Okay, slot B. You get the red disc. A red magneto-optical data storage diskette for use in office computers. The label says, Patience Archived. Metabank. Okay, so this is where we're supposed to get the Ito Sisters ID. 560524. And you know what? I wonder if it's Erica, because Erica's like if the Gestalt is used for a replicant, the records of them get wiped out, right? And she's got Kleinbild. It's not you. You're a factory worker. Roswitha Fong. Rotfront and Vinta. Technician. Kleinbild. What does that mean? Let's Google that real quick. Kleinbild. Let's try that without autocorrect. Because we are speaking a different language. No picture. Fair. Fair enough. All right. Erica. World of birth, Vinita, date of birth on Rotfront. University student. Medical history, sprained ankle, grade 1, doctor's notes, very active in sporting activities. Make a good soldier. Ito, Isolde. Rotfront, Vinita. Shop assistant. Minor fracture, left shin, double fracture, right arm, major laceration, forehead, doctor's notes, regularly treated for small lesions, very prone to accidents. Less soldier-like. Oh, so she was a shopkeeper, and Ariane, they thought that she was influenced by the shop. I wonder if Alistair's based on Erica, and she fell for her childhood friend's sister. Oh. Oh my, we have a love triangle here. Of the soap opera variety. Okay. Ulrich. Rotfront Kisesh. Mechanic. Irritative bronchital asthma. Doctor's notes have been removed. Brutal. Also, you very much look like you could have been who Alistair was based on. But the physical appearance does not match. All the replicants are supposed to resemble the great revolutionary and her daughter. Lee Sasika. Rotfront, born and raised. Student. Bronchital infection. Unknown cause. Lang Rebecca. Rotfront, world of birth, Vineta. Biologist. Sinus infection. Antidepressant ration was doubled. That's not how you treat a sinus infection. Okay, it's medical history. It's not necessarily doctor's notes for particular medical history, but you look an awful lot like our Adler. Nikolai Nguyen. Nguyen, I think I've already said this. Pretty sure that is a what nationality is that? Vietnamese, I think. I think that's a Vietnamese name. And if I remember correctly, it's like two Americans, Smith. Nguyen is that's not a good comparison. Smith is what they wrote at Ellis Island when they didn't care to learn the last name of the person that they were admitting to the United States during the immigration in like the 1800s, and I think into the 1900s. But Nguyen is like one of those names that's just as common as Smith in Vietnam, or for the Vietnamese, I think. Don't quote me on any of that. I could be speaking out of my ass. Writer. Thoracic back pain. Claims to be unable to take part in communal morning exercises. Which, that sounds like a bookworm. Ariana Young. Rot front. World of birth Lang. Radio officer. Medical history. Insomnia, bruising, premature achromotrichia, which we learned last time is hair going white. Which, now that I think about that, achromo meaning absent of color. So I guess that makes trichia hair? Siegfried Yee. Cleaner. Irritative bronchital asthma, contact dermatitis. Repeated contact to chemical irritants during work. That makes sense. Alright, we're going to download these all. I'm not sure why we focused that long on that again. I don't know. I'm trying to piece these things together. Also, before I walk away, 560524. That's the code. We have the store key. We gotta drop some stuff off. Stuff the thermite and the rifle ammo. Take the patch because we did get a little slappy slap on our buns. I think we got a photo there, but we don't do it like that. What does that say on there? Hold up. Plastic container for developing photographs. Its label indicates that an undeveloped photo is inside. Inspect. Opening it right now would destroy the photograph inside. I need to add some developer fluid first. Okay. So that's what the writing on it is. Get the development fluid. Okay. Fix my little boo-boo. Speed running, but not really. I'm not really a speed runner. You know what we never did figure out? Are the other transmission signals, the polytone, the bells, are those just red herrings? They might be. The world may never know. Okay, so we can go back here. If we go down, we don't have anything to scan yet. I don't know what that key is for. If we go up, it's just a tarot room. Okay, so let's go to the bookstore. We're here. So diagonally down and then up. Also, this is where we need to pay attention for secret ending. Guess who's already forgotten the code that they spent time double checking? Long 560524. 560524. Beep beep. We're so smart. Okay. In here, give me a moment to check the notes. The key of sacrifice. Radio code 240. Got it. Bum, 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 bum. That just sounds like static. Key of sacrifice. On the horizon, I saw a star fall into the sea, and the sound of thunder, like trumpets of angels, flew over the water. A mix of hail, fire, and blood hit my wet face, and a third of all creatures that lived on the sea died. Is that the Bible? That might be the reference to the story of the Great Flood. Lied der Kalter, Song of the Gods, banned. Possession and distribution of this publication is prohibited and punishable by the Fourth Cultural Protection Act. There exists a connection between all of us that few are fully aware of, a song that we all dance to but few can hear. This deep vibration of the cosmos cannot just be heard and felt. We all resonate in harmony with it, shaping it, deforming it around us. Those select few who can consciously perceive it often fear it. Too oppressive is the sound of the stars, too invasive the noise of the unaware around them, polluting the song with their fickle emotions. But every once in a while, some are born that cannot only hear and play this music of the worlds, but who can conduct it. Gifted individuals capable of manipulating the essence of the world around them. Many believe that the Grand Empress is such a being. Her immense will bent humanity into the empire of Yusin and lifted us to the stars. It was her power that imbued life into the first of the machine servants that now carry the weight of the empire on their carbon steel backs. Okay. So, King in Yellow. Kinda, sort of questions of if the book itself can kind of influence reality around. And technically, like, the writer of the book would be such an individual if they could write an Act 2 that was so horrifying and so grotesque as to make it impossible to read without going crazy. I couldn't find her. I've looked everywhere, but she's not here anymore. I can't go on. I'm sorry. Forgive me. So something I hadn't... Yeah, here we go. Isolde. Like, Isolde is a dead ringer for Alistair. But again, that's not how... That's not the rules. Erica. The picture is badly damaged. Photograph of Issa wearing a school uniform. Picked up death. That scene right there really feels like losing. Okay, so especially with the book about will and having the willpower to influence the world around you and being... Oh, ads. Okay, we'll come back after the ads and we'll have that rant in a moment. Where'd my ad manager go? Were you in ads? Hello? Are we adding? I don't know. Ad starting soon? Okay, so maybe it hasn't kicked off yet. Maybe it has. Anyway, get up, stretch, do all that stuff. Get a snack. Get some water if you've been drinking like me. We'll have a rant in a minute. I'm gonna get up and stretch. And actually get some water for myself. It is a work night, technically. I have work tomorrow. Also, I want some fruit snacks. Yeah, I think I deserve some fruit snacks. Totally. You can't stop me. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it! I'm gonna do it! Fruit snacks! Sorry, I took a little extra long. That was bad. I got 2 fruit snacks. Okay. And water. Let's be real. Water's important. Okay, so rant. Rant time. So, with the placement of the book talking about those that have the will to impart their will upon the world, basically psychic. That is shaping the world around them, right? And our little friend there just disappeared. Now, when she gave up and decided she can't find the person she's looking for. Is it a hallucination? Maybe. Maybe. If this is a world being reshaped by willpower or a greater will, someone losing their will is to succumb to the disease. Because she was a little fucking firecracker until she finally decided that it was over. And she managed to, wounded. Didn't matter if she was wounded, didn't matter if she was half the size that she should be to be firing an anti-tank rifle. She was going. She kicked Adler down the hole and made him her bitch. When she finally gave in, disease just ate her up instantly. So I wonder if... Sorry. I almost inhaled a fruit snack. That would have been bad. I wonder if the disease is a representation of willpower. Can you fight the disease? Can you fight? Do you have the willpower to continue on? Or is that a sign of like being consumed by it? You get consumed by the rot when you lose your will. And I say that, and then I think to myself, down in the nowhere, we had the Mina, Mio. I think it was Mio. Who had fully given up. Like, don't even worry about me. They'll just find a replacement for me. Ha 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 ha. And she was still going. And then there was also the, I think it was a star unit that looked like maybe got clotheslined by the wire. And then was like trying to console her friend. She had given up on herself, but she hadn't given up on trying to keep the spirits of her ally alive. I don't know. I'm going to workshop that theory. Doesn't fully fit. Okay. Prometheus. Here I sit, forming mortals after my image. A race resembling me, to suffer, to weep, to enjoy, to be glad. And thee I scorn as I. I made a whole bunch of people so that I could hate them as much as I hate myself. That is a nice message. Such a nice message. Resonant phenomena. Synchronicity, phenomena that are meaningfully related yet lack any causal connection. We've yet to discover the true source of the ability of the mind to alter the physical world. Okay, this spells it out more directly. The mind to alter the physical world, yet creating physical phenomena remotely simply by consciously or unconsciously willing them into existence forms the basis of the entire field of bioresonance technology. Before the advent of bioresonance technology, acausal correlations were often falsely interpreted simply as chance. Many phenomena such as remote viewing, doppelgangers, or the Pauli effect have since been classified as synchronistic phenomena related to bioresonant effects. Okay, so this is saying all of the you think you're seeing a pattern but you're not things, actually they were related. And bioresonance is the proof of it. Okay. The world we live in would be impossible without bioresonance, but its origin remains unclear. If it was truly a divine gift from outer space, as the late Empress claimed, why was she defeated by our great revolutionary who had no such divine powers? Okay. So, from outer space, again, we're talking about old ones. And I know often the image of Cthulhu is came from the depths. But not all of the old... Oh, no. Nope. Don't want to deal with that. I want this. Not all of the old ones come from below. In fact, most of them come from space. And I think in some of even the works of Lovecraft, Cthulhu is an old one. I think he comes from the depths, but before that he comes from space. Don't quote me on that. I'm not a Lovecraft expert by any means. Key of sacrifice, death. Store key. Wait, did I not use... I did not use that. Okay. Okay, so where's it go? It's not that door, right? Isn't that blocked by rubble? Oh no, is it there? It's there. Okay, where am I? I'm here. Go down. You can go down here and over. Okay. We're not going past the tarot room. Look at that big flesh ball. Amazing. You know, the flesh balls really give you a sense of urgency. But, Gamer Sense teaches me to accept the flesh balls as a sign of you don't need to go back there. You're done going that direction. The shelves have been emptied. The outlines of various photographic equipment and price tags can still be seen in the dust on the shelves. Shelves have been emptied. Developer fluid. Yeah, here's the Ito sisters. People's Army, 5th Venetian Infantry Division, Unit 12. Oh, this is the mother. Lilith Ito. Isn't it? Hold up. Teachers virus reunification, dream die, red eye, message inbox. Okay. Photo Young. Aeon Commando. Ito Butcher. Butcher. Anja Ito. Okay. So Anja also... Butcher goes by Anja. And... No, later than that. Okay. Message inbox, the blockade, the red eye, dream diary. Okay, that's those. Reunification. No. Fires and success. Teacher evaluation. Okay. Her friendship with those Venetian-born Ito sisters also exposed her to some of the questionable literature that is illegally sold in their parents' bookstores. Okay, so the Ita sisters, that's Erica and... Sorry. Medical database. Erica and Isolde. Isolde was very prone to accidents. Erica was very sporty. Erica's the one whose photo keeps getting corrupted, so you can't see her face. Lilith Ito was in the war. Is that Grandma? Also, NG. At least NG. NG is also a shorthand for Nguyen, I believe. I think. So, Lilith Ito... possibly... related to... most likely related to... Wetcher Ito, aka Anja Ito. I'm gonna guess Grandma. Grandma is the war photo, which means Alistair would be the grandma. It could also be that Anja and I'm so bad with names. Anja and Lilith were coupled. But they were wives to each other. But if they had kids, either science has gotten pretty good, which honestly they're kind of close now to where they can have 2 female donors to make a child, test tube baby style. But and given the lack of men in this universe, like, seriously, I think we've seen 2. Maybe 3 if the last medical record. Oops, of course. Siegfried. Siegfried is definitely a male name, but the photograph was a silhouette of a woman. But maybe they just have, like, the no photo available it defaults to woman, possibly. But Siegfried and Nikolai are the... That's... Now that I think about it, it's a Russian first name. Or, like, Eastern European first name. And a Vietnamese last name. Huh. Again, I think. So... Yeah, maybe... I'm gonna go with maybe Alistair is modeled off of Grandma Lilith Ito. Honestly, could be any one of these people. But I'm gonna go with Lilith Ito for now. And say that is mother of Anya Ito, who is a mother of Erica and Isolda Ito, who is friends with Ariane. And then Ariane, when she was pressed into military service, taken from the radio station and pressed into military service, and then sent on what is essentially a suicide mission to go look for other planets by just, we're going to fire you off into a random direction in space and hope you find something. Fell in love with Alistair, who was based on the grandmother of her childhood friends. I think. I'm going to look all this stuff up in the wiki later, and I'm going to realize I am so stupidly wrong. Terribly, stupidly, horrendously, unforgivably wrong. It's going to be like, no, stupid, it was this person. And you're a big dummy dumbhead for getting it so terribly wrong. Probably. Okay, so we got the developing fluid. Give me the photo tank. And then combine those. Photograph that was inside the developing tank. Photo was shown some kind of digital dot matrix code. I wonder what kind of machine could process this code. Maybe the only dot matrix we've seen in the game. Maybe. Which was back that way. Oh no. Shoot. Okay. Alright, so now I'm learning these were not storks. These are stars with a shield, probably. Because the storks were not military combat models. Probably. I just had such a, like, insulting thought. So there's the ones that strap a leg to their face. How funny would it be if those are the storks? Oh, there's the sun. Leaving. I have been found out. I'm sure the white-haired girl working at the photo store in Sector C is bioresonant. Be careful. They don't pay me enough to take any more risks. I am on the next ship to Kitesh tomorrow. Meet me at the docks in Sector N if you want to bail too, son. Wait, who the fuck is son? Okay, so Ariane, this person thinks Ariane is bioresonant. Right? This is a speed run. Goes through all of the lore. Double check that I've got this right. Medical database. Long, Erica, Istolde, Erika, Sasika, Rebecca, Nikolai. Premature achronotrichia. Yeah. White-haired girl, Ariana Young. So they think she's bioresonant. Or lack of a better phrase, psychic. Kind of. Anyway. Look at all this flesh. Also, you know what? I just realized we can get this here and then solve this. We don't have to do the rest of the game. We don't even have to do the rest of it. How weird. I guess I don't necessarily know the pattern. Right? Right? Save our game real quick. How funny would it be if this is it's a time paradox game. It's a time loop game. Oh shoot, did I go the wrong way? No, I went the right way. How funny would it be if this is a time paradox game and we have a Back to the Future moment where you're your own grandpa, but instead it's Ariane is dating your childhood friend's grandmother, but in replica form. And the time loop has absolutely nothing to do with that. Oh man, that's so stupid. Oh, okay. Lover, Kitesh, Lang, Death, Tower, Venta, Moon, Rotfront, Sun, Buyan. Okay. Buyan. Veneta, Tower, Dash, Lovers, Lang, right. So I did this and then right, the switch. Okay, let me see if this lines up with what I wrote down last time. Kitesh is a little right missing. Bouillon is full circle. High mat is little left missing. Vinetta is little left missing. Rot front is new moon. Everything missing. And Lang is most left missing. Okay. Right. Oh, and before we do this, we have to go retrieve some keys. That is not the right way. We're going back down. Also, yes, my notes were matching. Shoot. Ow. Please no spank. Please no spank. No want spank. I do not consent. Alright, so we need to remember the 3 keys here when we go in. And we're going to save the game right here. So this means we're about to get secret ending 5. Like right just now. Give me that ring. The right well above has been consumed by the mass of meat, releasing some debris that was caught in the nets above. Pick up the dial ring. Yes. Use the dial ring. Okay. Where's my circles? Bouillon, full. Vinetta. That. High mat. That. Rot front. That. Vinetta. Wait. Oh, Kitesh. We missed that one. There we go. And then Lang is just going to be... There we go. Right? No, I did this wrong. There. That's B. K is that. H and V are that. R is here. L is... Is it the reverse of what I've done? This happened last time too because I'm dumb. Okay, K. Where's K? K. H. V. There we go. Into the hole. Crawl through the hole. Okay. And now we have a better angle on it so we can actually see it better. But there's no seals on the book. The computer screen is blank. Turn it on. Okay, fine. Old Imperial serials. Ariana loved reading these. Textbooks on radio operation. These used to belong to Ariana's mother. Black and white pictures of the paintings Ariana used to make. including that one we've seen several times. The national flag. It's meaningless. The hole is gone. We have the door. A light switch. I don't need to turn off the light. An old wooden wardrobe. Aren't I used to keep her clothes in here? Okay. Here we go. Key of eternity. Key of love. Key of sacrifice. Okay, now what's the code? So, the code hang on a moment. Okay, so the little cheat doesn't tell me. The little guide I had didn't have the part that I needed there. So let me get my other guide here. The audio can be heard in the main menu during the Magpie Antenna puzzle in Part 10 and now Rotfront, and during the cutscenes the first time Alistair was in Ariana's room. The later cutscene displays the code on screen as well. So I don't know if we're going to be able to hear it now. East. Okay. The red eye. Okay, that is technically ending number 5. The secret ending. Which means we still have to go get 4. Or I believe the actual ending order, we've seen 1, 3, 4, and 5. So we gotta go see 2. But it'll be our 5th ending. But we got dead Elisters. We got the 6 pillars. Using 3 of the pillar keys based on 3 of the pillars. Love, eternity, and sacrifice. I think those were the 3. And the code, which could be knowledge. And the sacrifice of the 6 Elisters, the flesh. So that leaves... Let's see. Knowledge, flesh, love, eternity, sacrifice, balance. Everything was brought into balance with the last Elister to come in. Which made a very glowy cube, and the red eye looked down upon us. What does that mean? I don't frickin' know. I'll have to ponder on that one. I think I'm going to replay that one. I'm going to keep that save, and I'm going to replay that with the filters on so that it looks more aesthetic, and also because I honestly think it's a little easier to see this stuff because they've definitely laid this out in a way where the CRT filters are actually soften the edges in a way that makes it make sense in the brain. Is that a happy ending? I mean, it kind of seems like the memory of focusing on the memory of their life. It's okay. So, rant. Lately, I have noticed a trend for funerals to be replaced with what's the term for it? Not remembrances. A celebration of life, I think is what they call them now. And they take a very different tone. A funeral is mourning the loss, whereas the celebration of life is, like the name implies, remembering the good times, remembering everything that this person brought into our own lives through their life. And that feels a bit like that kind of an ending where, with the other endings, spoilers if you didn't watch the rest of it, they pretty much all result in, well, I guess we don't know one of the endings yet, but memory and promise both end with the death of the couple. First, Ariane, one by Alistair's hand, one by dying to the radiation. Okay, also, we're in perfect time frame to get between 6 and 12 hours. Perfect. Times died 3. Fantastic. Damage taken, that's a lot. Total healing, it's quite a bit. Deaths cheated, 0. Enemies killed, 21. That's a little higher than I wanted. Ending artifact. Okay, so you got some kind of artifact. Okay. But yeah, Ariane dying in 2 of the endings so far. And the first ending being essentially Alistair dying alone, failing in her mission. Those were all desperation and sadness in the loss. The loss was the focus. This ending artifact is the celebration of the life that is lost. If that makes sense. So it's the same, but taking joy from it rather than, you know, the loss. And, you know, maybe we just found an alien artifact and, like, thing happened. All right. I'm going to make a copy of this save immediately. We're going to see if I done good. And got the proper ending. The one we're missing. Ending number 2, aka our 5th ending. Give me the ring. I didn't notice this dead Alistair here, or dead unit of some kind. I can't tell what kind it is. Can I still go through here? I guess I can. I'm kind of surprised this isn't all just closed off to me at this point. There's nothing left to do. Okay, rot front. Put the ring on. Alright, so these are the reverse of what I think they are. There. Uncover that. K is going to be the same. Yep. V is the reverse of that. As is H. Rat front is then going to be solid. And Lang. There we go. All right, let's go figure out how much of a bum Falk is on casual mode. Other time, 10 minutes. I'm going to preemptively, hang on one second. I'm going to preemptively throw on a snooze and actually hit the snooze button this time. The last seal has been broken. Okay, so now they tell us the seal, and we can open the book. So before, it was harder to see the seals. Pick up the king in yellow. Wow, this room looks so much better in first person. Okay. Auntie's note. Ariane, I left some of yesterday's dinner in the fridge for you. You can warm it up when you get back from school. Please pick up the books your uncle ordered from the Ito bookstore on your way home. Remember to leave some space in your school bag for them this time so they don't get wet. Repair spray. Workforce assignment for Ariane Young. You have been informed that your compulsory military service period was recently completed. According to our files, you have previously graduated from Mandelbrot Polytechnical High School in Rotfront Sector C and have recently submitted an application for a military service assignment in the Penrose program. You've been processed by Aeon Workforce Assignment. Previous work experience: store clerk, Young Photo Store, part-time, compulsory military service, Rotfront Orbital, long-range radio operations officer training. Should you not be accepted by a military service program by the end of the season or find other employment, you will be assigned the following workplace: S23 Sierpinski Production and Mining Facility on Lang. So, so she's in the radio. She's in the Penrose program. That's the spaceship is the Penrose, I think. And the story is essentially that they are going to travel through space looking for planets in the Penrose program until the time runs out and they just say, okay, well, you failed, so we won't send a ship in that direction again. Thank you for your service. Die with honor. Maybe I had that wrong. Maybe those were the hopes and dreams, and she instead became she did become a miner, or like the ship crash landed here, because the ship doesn't look like it's in good shape every time you find it. Because we're on Sierpinski for a part of it. Or no, we're warping between Sierpinski and Rotfront and nowhere. I gotta think on that. Letter from Mother. My dearest Ariane, I'm so glad to hear you're feeling better again. I was very worried when I heard from your aunt that you're in the hospital again. I still remember how you used to get sick so much as a child. Please don't overexert yourself, okay? My photo you sent me is very interesting. What a strange coincidence that she looks so much like you. You could be twins. Perhaps she is related to us somehow, though I don't know anyone named Seo in our family. From the looks of it, it was shot on Vinta. Seo. No, Mio is the one. Mio is the one I was thinking of. Your military service will begin soon, so you might be wearing a uniform like her soon enough. Please send me photos when that happens. Love, Mother. There isn't a Seo here. No. Alina Seo. So Okay. Wheels spinning. I've been found out. Okay, so this was probably... This might have been the spy. The sun. The one that they referenced from being from the Empire. What is the name? Where's... You know, I just realized the photo that you get at the beginning, that's not in the box anymore, is it? Is it? No, the photo from the beginning is missing. Okay, repair patch. We're gonna take... There's no reason for us to not go ham here. Rifle ammo. Revolver ammo. Revolver. Oh, I have even more revolver ammo. Sure. Overcapacity. We'll leave 2 spaces. We don't need it. Okay, I'm thinking about that. Seo is a soldier. I'm gonna read that note again. No, leather from mother. The photo you sent me is very interesting. What a strange coincidence that she looks so much like you. You could be twins. Perhaps she is related to us somehow, though I don't know anyone named Seo in our family. It was shot on Vinta. So I'm guessing that means the one on the right is Alina Seo. Aside from the white hair, I think that looks a lot like her. Then again, everyone in this game looks like each other because they're all based off the same person. Okay. And then for the artifact, there exists a strange folklorish idea in many sectors of Ronfront related to para-ideola, the tendency to see meaningful images in random patterns like seeing a face in the ink block or letters in a smudge of dirt. It is well known that the so-called red eye is simply an anticyclonic storm produced by high-pressure region in the atmosphere of Rotfront's planet. Yet for some of the early settlers of Rotfront, this natural phenomenon became symbolic of their struggle in the way of life. The red spot in the sky became a perfect metaphor for the ever-present surveillance by the protectors and the tight grip of the central government on Heimat. Even today, the idea of an unblinking, watchful eye observing their every move still resonates strongly with the people here. And then this is the festival that was canceled. During the celebration of Monfest, at the end of each season, adult citizens would sometimes give students ration marks that have been dipped in red paint. Officially, the red paint is said to represent the blood of those who died in the revolution, but the red coins share an eerie resemblance to that red eye, or is it just para ideolia too? Should you ever receive one of these red eye ration marks, remember to clean off the paint with acetone or a similar paint thinner. Spending or regifting paint-covered coins is considered to bring bad luck. Okay. And then you have a couple of the ration marks painted over there. This is the end. Hang on. Save. New save. I didn't notice those boxes on your hips. You got some storage there. Adler's notes. All efforts to contain this illness have been in vain. All the Gestalt workers have succumbed to it, leaving only dark shadows on walls and floors where they died. And soon, all of us replicas will have lost our senses and turned to writhing masses of flesh. I now believe it was not an infectious disease, nor some form of poison or radiation. It was a slow corruption of reality itself. As I've relived the same cycle over and over, each time details changed, things are twisted, added, removed. How long until it all turns to nothing but noise? So then, the question becomes, if this is bioresonance that is warping reality and dooming all of the replicants and melting all of the gestalts, who is the source of the bioresonance? Or is it something else? Is it the artifact? Is it the red eye? Is it the death of Ariane? Is she somehow causing this as her brain melts from radiation? I don't know. A red dream. A crashed ship. A strange gate. A hole in the ground. An island beyond reach. Memories from other lives. Dreams of suffering and loneliness. A promise. A search for someone lost. I saw her in the red emptiness waiting for me. We had made a promise. As the memories of a stranger rushed into my mind, I felt the borders of myself blur. Now I can no longer tell where Falk ends and Elster begins. I'm willing to bet if we go through those medical records, we can find a match for each person there to the replica that they're based on, that is based upon them. Stop. You must turn back. There is nothing for you here. You've tried so many times and you failed every time. Don't you see that you're ruining everything? This is your final warning. And we are going to turn back. Both for the Oh, I forgot the flashlight. Oh well. I never used that eyeball. Give me that gun. Give me gun. Oh my god, I'm maxed out on Nitro Express. Are you serious? Shame. Replica overview. LSTR. Land Survey Ship Technician Replica Magpie. Generation 5 Cosmo Pioneer Specialist. So she's a relatively late model. Biomechanical with carbon fiber reinforced polyethylene shell and titanium skeleton. 178 centimeters. Versatile combat engineer unit primarily designed for orbital service. These tough and stoic loners are best suited as specialists, sappers, and scouts. Their technical knowledge and combat capabilities make these units true survivalists, especially when in their iconic white and blue heavy combat configuration, which sports bullet-resistant armor plating on their chest and forearms. Since the original neural pattern for this unit was lost with the destruction of the central neural archive on Vineta, new LSTR units have been produced based on a decommissioned unit from the Penrose program. Oh. Okay. Ads are about to start. So we're going to run the ads, and then we're going to do the final boss. But before that, we're going to have some more thoughts. I'm going to keep it on this page. Be right back. Get up, stretch. Oh my god, I think I figured it out. Okay. Oh, I feel so big brain now. I got myself some celebratory ice cream. Okay. Gotta wait for it to melt a little bit. Rebel ice cream. Fantastic if you are lactose intolerant, diabetic, on a diet, and you still want ice cream. Uses coconut milk. No artificial sugar added. Low carb. Low calorie. Like an entire pint here is 240 calories. That's amazing. A pint. 240 calories. And satiating. Like, I can eat, rather than wanting to eat this entire pint, I could eat like a quarter of it and be happy. And feel like I've had enough. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Alright, brainstorm time. Alright. LSD units have been produced based on a decommissioned unit from the Penrose program. Okay. So, in this story, we start with the impression that we have one gestalt as like our shipmate. And it is not Ariane. You're chasing someone else. And you land at Sierpinski. And then after a bit, your memory starts shifting towards the white-haired girl, Ariane. And you come back to the ship and attempt to break into it and fail. Then you come into the ship after you find a way in and you reclaim your old armor lying next to a dead, or you reclaim your armor from a dead future version of, or dead past version of yourself that is further along in the loop than you are, laying next to a pod that you can't view who's inside. From that point on, and actually a little bit before that, between the part where you break your arm off and you go back into the ship, your memories start to focus on Ariane and not your original shipmate. And you're chasing her through the entire game. So the idea of these memories forcing themselves upon Alistair from her prior life, from her gestalt. She's not just getting memories from her gestalt. She's getting memories from her replica that previously already went through this. So I think what's happening is at the start of the game, that's when the mind is most complete, the least damaged, and you're searching. You are the most modern LSTR, most modern Alistair, and the person that you're searching for in the beginning is genuinely who you're looking for. But as your mind starts to corrupt and as the world starts to unravel, you start getting memories invading not from your gestalt, but from your prior replica life on the Penrose program with Ariane. And your will, your desire to fulfill the promise is so strong that through bioresonance, you change reality into that ship containing a living Ariane, whom you then fulfill the promise. Or experience the memory lost, and you keep her company because she doesn't remember it. And let's be honest, if you don't remember that you made a promise, that you made someone promise to euthanize you, and they showed up and started euthanizing you, that would be an even less peaceful way to go than being euthanized via strangulation. Holy shit, wow. Okay. Yeah. You're not getting the invasive memories from your gestalt. You're getting the invasive memories from a prior replica. The one that was on the Penrose. So you did end up on Sierpinski, and the world shifts to the nowhere, and then to Rotfront because of your willpower and bioresonance to reshape reality so that you can fulfill your promise to Ariane, which your prior replica probably already did, or one of the endings was. One of those endings is probably what happened with the prior replica, and one of them is probably the ending that is happening presently with, I don't know if that's a new Ariane or a re-emergence of the same Ariane through bioresonance warping reality, the combined will of Alistair and Ariane being a likely bioresonant individual, and Alistair I wouldn't think would be, but seeing how the loss of will loss of willpower seemed to just completely disintegrate. Ida? Maybe there's an argument to be made that anyone or anything based on an anyone has the potential for it, and it's just if you have the willpower to achieve it. Even if unintentional. Wait. No, LSTR might not. But Falk does. And Falk is invaded by Alistair's mind. There's cross-corruption there, cross-contamination there. So maybe it's Falk reshaping reality to make this repeat cycle and bringing back Ariane to allow Alistair to complete it. See, thing is, I'm not sure how the corruption between Alistair and Falk happened. Something about there. I know we're about to read some journal entries, so maybe they'll be helpful. But Adler talking about Falk going through a red gate and not coming back the same, and then slowly succumbing to this corruption, essentially. And Falk describing her corruption as being invaded by another person, which is Alistair. And the red gate, I wonder if the artifact is what was on the other side of the red gate. And that brought Alistair into her mind, into her consciousness somehow. Okay. I'm going to read the wiki and realize I'm like so stupidly wrong. I feel so smart right now, but I'm probably an idiot. Probably totally wrong. Okay. Set down my ice cream, celebrating that I feel like I got the story. I got it. I figured it out. But still, I'm probably wrong. Okay. So, this was the Alistair Adler's Diary. Hang on a second. My throat is very dry. I'm sure alcohol will help it. All right. 84-21-6. I want to see. Is this one before it? They're all the same date. Okay. I forget the order of these. I'm going to go this way. Adler's Diary. I've been fascinated by a peculiar piece of furniture I discovered in storage. A strange box with a removable dial on the front that was confiscated from a worker some time ago. I was instantly drawn to it, though I'm not sure why. When I put my ear to the mechanism, I can hear it faintly clicking like a clock. Oh, you know what? Okay, I think it goes this way. Nope. Because one of the signs of time shifting is the shift in how the Calibri are responding. This is the page 1 is the same every time. Met with Calibri to review the latest additions to the faculty staff. As usual, it ended in an extended argument. No matter what I do, that woman just always has to have the last word. Still, we both agreed that the Alistair unit was a good investment, so no adjustments will need to be made for now. Another boring day. Even the paperwork is uninteresting and trivial lately. On my way back to my room, I saw another new star unit hit her head on the doorframe. Haha, stars are tall. Haha. Had to go down to the mining site today with the scheduled inspection. The new Alistair unit was showing some surveying equipment to me when something she said about planets and stars suddenly made me realize what the dial reminded me of, an astronomical calendar. I will have to investigate further at once now that my shift is over. That little enigma of a box could only distract me from the dullness of work so long. All the box contained was a small notebook, of which all the pages turned out to be blank. While the mechanism is fascinating, I'm not quite sure what to do with the box yet. Would it make a nice day for the commander? Maybe I should ask Calibri what she thinks. In a fit of adventurousness, I decided to try something new for dinner and promptly regretted it. I could barely stomach the taste. Such a detestable combination of sweet and savory, it made me sick. Another diary fulfilled for no benefit but my own satisfaction. I've not ordered a new one yet, since I spent my saved ration marks on that marvelous-looking fountain pen, but I guess I'll make use of the notebook. Okay, so as we're reading these, some of these entries are going to be the same, and some of them are going to be shifted because time has progressed, even though he's in a loop, and we'll see how it changes. So day 1, here's where he goes over the clock. Met with Calibri to review the latest additions to the faculty staff. Halfway through the meeting, she stormed out of the room for no discernible reason. While incredibly rude of her, I didn't particularly mind, since I had quite the annoying headache ever since this morning. I had a dream tonight, the first in a long time. There was a young woman, her hair white as snow, and I was conducting some sort of test. I had a deck of cards with astronomical symbols on them, but I can't remember what I was doing with them. Okay, so Adlers are exceptionally susceptible to bioresonance, and Ariane is expected to be bioresonant, aka psychic, for lack of a better term. And this memory sounds like it is a memory of Adler, not Adler, but either a Gestalt or a prior version of him, or maybe somebody different entirely, who is testing Ariane to see if she is bioresonant, if she is psychic. Like the old tests of back in like from the 50s to maybe as late as the 80s, where they were trying to dive into the idea of psychics, especially during the Cold War, where they would largely test psychics by having the tester lay out playing cards that had different symbols on them, and the psychic had to be able to read what was on the card without seeing it. And then the tester would, confirm how many of these did they get right. And spoilers, in real life, I don't think that they ever found anybody that did statistically better than what you would figure would be typical of somebody just guessing randomly. But this sounds like one of those tests. And if the note from whoever Sun is believes that she is bioresonant, she's psychic, this sounds like this could be the test of it. So the dream is probably actually a memory. And additionally, Adler's brain he's getting the headaches. The Calibri discussion went worse than before. She storms out. Had to go onto the mining site today with a scheduled inspection. We're still waiting for that new Alistair unit we ordered. The shipment was delayed by several cycles, but the excavation project is still on schedule, so it shouldn't be a problem as long as no more staff gets sick. Okay, so in this timeline, he hasn't met Alistair, or he doesn't believe that he has. I finally managed to open that strange box. For some reason, I feel like I somehow knew beforehand, as if I had already opened the box before. Did I dream it? There's rumors of more infectious disease spreading along the Gestalt workers. Could it be another flu outbreak? This is quite time-consuming. All right, and this one... So on this one, like, he just tried something new for dinner, and it was like, whatever. It's crap. Still on good enough terms to ask Calibri what she thinks about giving the box to Commander. Then this one doesn't even think about giving it to the Commander. Is just has a moment of deja vu because he's already done it, but once before. And then the Gestalt is getting impacted by the diseases. So I think this is the newest cycle. Fascinated by the furniture. So that's the same as before. At this point, the Calibri is no longer helping at all. There's no connection at all. Without Calibri's help, it has become much harder to coordinate the logistics cadre. If there is anything good to say about that woman, it is how she knows how to make... If there is anything good to say about that woman, it is how she knows how to make others respect her orders despite her minuscule stature. I went to see her today, but her room is still locked. So, Adler is in a loop. I'm not sure if the Calibri is in the loop. It might have been from a shouting match to, like, she remembers the shouting match. Then the next meeting, she storms off, and he doesn't understand why. Probably because they've already had that conversation, and she's just not going to hear it. In this cycle, she doesn't even bother to show up. She doesn't care. And Calibris are also bioresonant and amplifiers for the Falk units. So Adler is stuck in a full-on loop probably because of the bioresonance and his susceptibility to it, while the Calibri can stand on its own a bit. I know they kind of act as amplifiers for the Falk, but being bioresonant themselves, they probably have a little bit of better handle on what's going on around them. Okay. Now, instead of the memory of the... Oh, this is the same memory. Okay, I had a dream tonight. Another memory of my Gestalt life, I believe. I was wearing my uniform. There was a young woman, her hair white as snow, and I was conducting some sort of test. I had a deck of cards with astronomical symbols on them, and I asked her to guess the planet of the card I was holding. So that's the test again. And then this time when he broke through the box, a lot... No, okay, this is where the first time it was a conversation with Alistair, and then he's reminded of the astronomical calendar. And then the second time, the Alistair was late. And he remembered... Hang on. How did he get to the astronomical calendar when the Alistair wasn't there? It doesn't mention it at all. So he got the box open, but he doesn't seem to mention the astronomical calendar at all. I was playing with the mechanical lockbox again, of which I am now sure is some kind of astronomical calendar, when I suddenly remembered a conversation I had with another replica when I was inspecting the mining site. However, it was clearly a model I had never seen before. Some type of engineer with an orange chest piece. So LSDRs are engineers. That is one of their roles. But an orange chest piece. I know that they've got the brighter chest piece, but that's red. Is that supposed to be orange? And it just looks red? I've done like color testing to make sure that I've like my color views up, but it's red, right? I'm not crazy. Why does he think it's orange? In my memory, she was just another member of our staff, but no such replica was ever stationed on Sierpinski. Replica memory is not the most reliable, they say, but never before have I experienced such a strange phenomenon. I don't know where orange comes from, but I'm pretty sure he's referring to the Alistair unit that he remembers from a prior cycle. Okay, this time. He's broken open the box. It has been miserable since our beloved commander has fallen ill. I long for her stern guidance, that overwhelming authority of which she bathes the room. More sick, making my work even harder. How are we meant to shoulder this workload with no reinforcements? My only consolation is that our protector staff decreases, so does the workforce we oversee. While more and more replica end up in the hospital wing, Gestalt workers seem to succumb much too fast for any attempt at a treatment. So round 1, dinner sucked. Round 2, people are starting to get sick. Round 3, sickness is pretty bad. And then he uses the notebook. Did I miss this one? Evacuation Team C. Mina 2301, Mina 2302, Mina 2303. Alistair 2301. Arar 2317 and 2318. 2301, I think that's us. Over. I actually have no idea where it says our ID number. Okay, so this is the full Sierpinski note. 12-6, service request. Wait, 2303? No, that was a different one. I think they had 2301 and 2. Keep records, dictionary, gun user manual. Alina, I think, is the first girl we were chasing. Interrogation report. Okay, so these are all gestalts. None of those names I recognize. I'm sorry for the distraction from the final fight. I got really invested in trying to figure out this lore. Wunderwaffen. Euler. Yule. Simple universal light replica. Stars. The storks. I wonder if Sun wrote that note. There's no way. Oops. There's no way that Sun's gonna be broadcasting, right? It kind of sounds like our things just messed. So now I kind of want to go back and play like at the beginning to see if son, our mystery person that has been found out that I'm just shot in the dark, is the Empire spy, if they're ever broadcasting on 75 or expecting messages. Dear Iris, I hope you and Ariana are both well. Iris is the aunt. I've spoken to the officials at Aeon. They agree that it would be best for Ariana to attend school in Sector C. I have a spare room she can stay in until she graduates. I know you two are inseparable, but we both know that it's best for your... No. Iris is the mother. The aunt ran the store. Okay. Inseparable, but we don't know... No. The aunt... No, the store was run by... the Seto family. Okay. Best for your daughter if she receives a normal education in the city. Your sister, Camilla. So Camilla Young to Iris Young. Not counting marriages, change names. I didn't mean to do that. Congratulations, this became a lore dump video. Oh, come on. Alright, I'm taking this lever off of my controller. I keep bumping it with the controller sitting in my lap. Sword. Arar. All-purpose repair worker replica. Replica, circuitry, symmetry, liquid injection, and auto injector. Okay, so that's how to use auto heal. Alina's diary. Alina's sale. Alina Seo. The photo you sent me is very interesting. What a strange coincidence that she looks so much like you. You could be twins. Perhaps she's related to us somehow, though I don't know anyone named Seo in our family. The photo was shot in Vienta. Ariane. So, military service would begin with. So as female dominant as this game is, I wouldn't be too surprised if the habit of adopting a man's name in marriage is lost, or maybe even it's more of a matriarchal system. Or just like there aren't enough men to go around because there are so many more women than men in this game. Maybe we've gone beyond to where, like, you know what? I'd almost suspect, like, in this society, if women are much more common, knowing that, extrapolating from our own world right now, where we're really close to being able to take DNA from two women, their reproductive cells, in order to make a viable child. I think we're like right on the cusp of being able to do that, if we aren't able to do that already. Plus the ability for women to, gestate a child and give birth to it. That possible artificial insemination via a female donor might be more possible. Men, and with men, their reproductive cells not being, they're much smaller, and they typically don't have everything there to start the replication process. Most of that is on the female side with the egg versus sperm. Maybe the male equivalent didn't happen, and maybe men are less common because, like, we already see female relationships in this, and I'm wondering if that is much more common. And one, between replicas and gestalts making relationships, replicas and replicas, and the already needing to consider like artificial insemination or test tube baby kind of scenarios. Maybe men don't exist as in such great numbers because increased viability between female and if you do female, that's XXXX, which means there's no chance for a male child, right? The determining factor X or Y for the other chromosome comes from, the sperm. So maybe it's, men are just a lot less common. So I wouldn't be surprised if, like, taking male name in marriage is either phased out or was never a thing in this universe. Because reduced men plus increased relationships, if I have a feeling Alina and Alistair, I'm sorry, Ariane and Alistair is much less common, especially because it was already very obvious that she was breaking rules with how you're supposed to treat the Alistair models. But if it's not unheard of, or it's not uncommon for gestalt relationships between different gestalts, or I'm sorry, replicas with other replicas, or replicas and gestalts, or like that situation involving gestalts anyway already kind of implies that if you want to have offspring, it needs to be some sort of artificial situation. But yeah, maybe that's just not as common. Okay, anyway, ranting with that done. So, mother of Ariane may be related to Co. Alina Co is the person that you're chasing initially. And so I think, to complete the thought from before, I think initially our physical form, our current physical iteration, is initially seeking Alina Co and can't find her. And then reality warps to where that Alina becomes Ariane in who we're seeking, and maybe Alina Co warps or is recreated into Ariane in order to match the reality with that's recreated by a bioresonant folk who has received contamination from LSDR and is now willing the universe to change in a way so that that promise can be fulfilled. Man, I'm going off the deep end here. All right. Okay. This one, did we read? We did. I need to put my lever back on. Back on the controller. What does the lever do? It's just the B button. It's another way to push the B button. But that's sprint. And it makes me happy to be able to like grip the controller to go fast. Okay, so Ariana Young, white hair, presumably who the replicant originally had a relationship with, submitted an application for a military service assignment in the Penrose program. You have been processed by Aeon Workforce Assignment, previous work experience. Should you not be accepted by a military service program by the end of the season or find other employment, you will be assigned to the following workplace: Sierpinski Production and Mining Facility. So it's kind of unclear if she got into the Penrose program or not. And that's probably by design. Which Falk's memory? We are dancing to the song they start the broadcast with. We fell asleep watching that movie we had seen so many times before. If only I could take us back to that time when we were happy. These memories are mine now. Okay, so yeah, more fuel for Falk recreating reality to match wanting to bring those memories back. Because she's bioresonant, she can change reality if the will is strong enough, and the relationship of Alistair and Ariane, assuming that's the older prior relationship with the older model Alistair, that's the version that Falk got corrupted with and is trying to make reality. And has extra willpower to do so because of how friggin' driven Alistairs are. Why did you return? There's nothing for you here. She'll never dance with us again, no matter what we do. She doesn't even want us anymore. Okay. Losing willpower. Losing the will to continue the fight. Which is probably why she immediately becomes super corrupted. Both of us, we are incomplete. Let us become whole again. Alright. Let's... Big boy rifle. Let's go. Ow! Rude. Am I hurt? I am hurt. Oh no. Give me that spear. Ooh, can I take a spear right now? Yes. Nice. Oh, the screen degradation is so much less too. Give me a spear. Oh, right. The sound wave. Give me a spear. Give me a spear. Cannot carry any more spear. How's my damage? We're gonna heal again. Because we're little babies. Spear. Yeah, tear up your little peoples here. How's my gun? Reload. I wonder if I can shoot through all of them. Oh. More sound wave. Still okay. Still not hurt enough. Okay, give me a spear. There we go. Give me this spear. Yeah, this is a totally different fight. All right, let's see if we got that last ending. Violent scene missing. Now we are one. Not in a way we've combined, but in a way of Highlander, there can only be one. Totally. Once again, you've returned. Are you really willing to go through this once more? You've seen what happens. The world cannot take much more. This may be our last chance. If you go back, it'll all fall apart. I can't let that happen. You selfish monster. Get shot in the face. Thanks for the new knife. Loser. Falk simp. You'll destroy everything. Alright, so also, something I didn't notice the first time through. Thank you, Wiki, for pointing this out. The first time you come back, you try and open the door, and you end up ripping an arm off trying to get through the lock. And you're unsuccessful. Round 2, half of the lock is busted, already cleared on the right side where you lost your arm. So now you can get through. Penrose Briefing, Phase 2. Start of decrypted transmission. By our calculations, 1,500 cycles of your mission will have passed when you receive this message. Congratulations, we already run through this. Lock is defective. Lock is defective. Lock is defective. Everything is full of trash because we no longer had a way of disposing of it. Lock is defective. That's not where I meant to go. Go back. Read the note. Cycle 225. When I signed up for this mission, I just wanted to get away from everything. I was sick of rot front, of school, of the photo store. Sick of the fake smiles and the whispering behind people's backs. When I saw the photo of that soldier, I wondered who she was. Was she happy? Was her family proud of her? Did her comrades love her? Since we looked alike, could I have been like her? But in the end, I just wanted to leave. Nothing I had done or made ever meant anything to anyone, so why bother? Here, I am finally free. I get to be myself and to do what I want. I can finally be happy. Okay, random thought. Apropos of nothing. I joked about her having the replica twig legs in the cutscenes. And yeah, it's probably a stylistic thing. Wouldn't it be funny if she was a Gen 7 replica and she's just so and she's based on Seo and she's just so perfect that even she doesn't know she's a replica? What if we have a Blade Runner situation? Cycle 648. Talked some more to the Elster unit. She's different from the replicas I knew back home, nothing like my teachers or the Blockwater protector. I know she didn't have a choice, but it feels like she's also here because she didn't fit in. It's like we've run away from the world together. At first, I didn't like having someone around, and I was glad that she's quiet and didn't approach me. But lately, I've missed having someone I can talk to. It's been so long since I've last seen another person. I never thought I'd miss it, except her. Everything in here, everything is the same here, always. Nothing ever changes. Okay, stupid fuel for that. Oh, I can't bring it up now. The war photo. Supposedly it's Seo and the one that we were guessing Alistair was based on. So not if that is true. And Ariane is actually a Gen 7 replica based on Seo. Not Alina Seo, but the one in the photo. Lilith Sato, I think it was. No, Lilith was another Ito. The Seo that was in the war photo. If she is a replica of that, and Alistair is a replica of the other one in the photo, their relationship on the ship as replicas would be like a continuation of or a repeat of their relationship in life as soldiers. Penrose briefing, phase free. Congratulations, comrade. You've survived 3,000 cycles, reaching the final phase of the Penrose program. With the end of the operational lifetime of your replica unit approaching, it is time to prepare for the final phase of your mission. If you have not found a suitable world for landing by this point, accept that you will not. Find solace in the thought that others might be successful where you failed. As you are probably aware, your ship's spare parts and rations will soon be depleted. And as a reminder, replicas do not make for good food for gestalts. Life support systems and reactor shielding will soon begin to fail, and radiation may begin to leak from the cooling system. We recommend you do not attempt to prolong your suffering by reusing old filters or rationing supplies. Instead, make peace with your fate. We suggest that you ask your replica, while it is still functional, to spare you a slow and agonizing death, or that you take permanent rest in the cryogenic pod. Remember, you will die having served your nation by partaking in a glorious demonstration of our power. Part of Alistair having such difficulty discerning which memories are which. Another unfinished painting. There was never enough time. If the radiation is gonna kill her eventually, your replica is supposed to start failing about now. Maybe Alistair's memories already failed quite a bit. Maybe this is her failing. It's probably her failing. Cycle 1294. Had a strange dream. I was listening to the radio with my mother. Like back then, the numbers were on, and Mother was taking notes with a book on her lap. This is probably the hint of how to read or how to get the special ending. It was that book I saw in the shop window of the bookstore where the twins lived. The one with the yellow hooded figure on the cover. The bookstore where the twins lived, that's where you get one of the keys. When I went there to buy it, it was gone, and Erica said the protectors had confiscated it. Or was it Issa? I can't remember. When I went there to buy it, it was gone. Okay. Erica and Issa. No, Issa. Is Issa? Issa's the one that died in front of us, right? She was probably looking for Erica. And she couldn't even find a photo of her because they were all destroyed and damaged. Oh no. She was looking for her sister. Okay. So, Ariana had memories of visiting the bookstore, Erica and Issa. Everything is always the same. I feel like I'm trapped inside this ship. I know every bolt on every panel in every room of it. I've seen everything. I've done everything there is to do here. Maybe the room with the... Okay, so let's review. If my hunch is correct, and this is the hint of how to get the secret ending. Let's look this over. Key of Love. First area, Lang. Second floor, isolation room. The 4 cages, red light. I don't know how you know to turn your radio to channel 96. Second one, Key of Eternity. In Lang. 8th floor, plastic dark. Scorcher unit room. You need a flashlight to traverse. Is another dark room with 2 beds with a painting over them. Turn your radio to 65 and search for the bookshelves. Okay, the Key of Sacrifice sounded a lot like the first one. Rot front, in the back room of the Ito store. It is labeled back room on the map. Tune your radio to 240 and search the pile of boxes towards the back of the room. Beneath the collection of white books on the shelf. So if I'm kind of a stretch, but number 2, nothing ever changes. And trapped inside the ship. I can't concentrate on anything. It's like this fog inside my head. It's like there's fog inside my head, and whenever I try to do anything, I just can't focus. I want to go outside. I want to breathe fresh air. I want to feel wind on my face and in my hair. Fog inside my head. Can't concentrate on it. Well, darkness? That's a stretch. I think I've lost more hair. I'm sitting here getting older. Every time I wake up, I feel older, weaker, sicker. I get out of breath so easily lately, and my back hurts when I sit down. How much longer will this go on? It feels like I'm just slowly dying. And as Elk helpfully pointed out, All of those are symptoms of radiation poisoning. Ran out of spare parts. They couldn't patch it together anymore. Can't go that way. I can go this way. Here's... I couldn't keep my promise. Despite my best efforts, I eventually fell ill too. It had to end this way. So, if you failed to keep your promise and Falk takes on the memories of the Alistair unit that was in a relationship with Ariane on the Penrose. But then if this ship just, like, doesn't end up anywhere, maybe it was beyond their reach. They crash landed on Sierpinski, and they eventually colonized out that far. And then the Alistair unit that we are at the beginning and Alita Seo that we're chasing was stationed at Sierpinski, and the Alistair unit coming in as part of the order from the Falcon Adder unit managed to bring with it the Alistair memories. No, because we need to find a way to get this Alistair unit into being the one that everything else is based on. So if it's just fired off into space and it's lost, maybe it's because it landed somewhere. I'm going to preemptively snooze as much as I can here. Maybe they found that unit, or it was somehow recovered. If they crash landed on Sierpinski and they sent the Alistair unit back, and they used that to recover the Alistair line, and then they ordered an Alistair, and it came out, then that's a lot of steps. That's a lot of jumps. It was a love so great it transcended the cosmos and fucking invaded Falk's mind. Cycle 5,000 whatever. I'm tired of it all. Every time I go to sleep, I wonder if I'll wake up again. I'm scared that'll be the last time I said goodnight to her. Did I say it right? Will she be okay? What if one of us just won't wake up tomorrow? Cycle 54 something. I don't want to die. I don't want to live anymore either. Everything is just so exhausting. I just want to lie down and disappear. Cycle unknown. I just want to sleep. Please just let me sleep. Please just make it stop. Please. It's time. This is all that's left. Go home. Wake up. I've come back for you. It's me, Elster. Elster? I'm sorry, but I don't remember. I think we got memory again. It's okay. Perhaps this is hell. Please, just let me stay by your side. A little longer. That is the exact pose that she is in when you find your old Alistair and rip the parts off. Okay, so we got memory again. So we didn't succeed in getting the ending I was hoping on. All right, so let's find out where we failed. And then together we'll watch we'll find a YouTube video of it. We'll find that ending. Okay. So, yeah, ending memory. Okay. So, big spoiler time. How do you get different endings? You get different endings. What affects the ending? The game keeps tracks of values named leave, cycle for memory, and death for promise ending, which are scored based on the player's statistics. The game starts you with 2 points in, circle, which is memory. New game, +2 circle. Total active play time, hours. Less than 6, +1 circle. Between 6 and 12, nothing. More than 12, 1 death, which is why we were going between 6 and 12, which we achieved, because we don't want circle or death. NPC talks, more than 25, +1 leave. More than 35, +1 leave. 2 total. We definitely spammed those talks. Healing time fraction, calculated as healed time versus healed time segment. What the heck that means, I'm not totally sure. I think that is the amount of time that you spend the game healed, fully healed. If it's more than 60%, you get 1 leave. If it's more than 80%, you get 2 leave. Regen time, which I'm guessing is how much time you spent regenerating health. More than 5 minutes, 1 death. It might be 2. It's unclear there. Or maybe it's 5 minutes and 10 minutes. You get 1 point of death for each. Damage taken. More than 1900, 1 death. Near death survives. More than 8, 1 death. Total times died. More than 5, 1 death. Enemies killed. More than 90, 1 death. More than 120, another death. Memory time. Time spent in memory scenes. More than 5 minutes, 1 leave. Door checks. More than 40, 1 leave. So I needed to check doors 40 times. I needed to spend more than 5 minutes in memory scenes. I'm pretty sure we did that. I'm pretty sure we checked doors 40 times. It must have been healing. We must not have stayed or kept our healing up enough. NPC talks, we definitely had 35 times we spammed people. So that should have been 2 points there. 2 points. Or a point for 40 door checks and a point for 5 minutes in memory scenes. So at minimum, I should have had 4 points to leave. And it was probably healing. Circle is memory, so you start with 2. Really? Total active playtime hours. It was more than 6, so we didn't get a point for that. I don't know, because the way that I'm from this detail of how to get the different endings. If death equals leave, you will get promise ending. Otherwise, you will get ending with the highest score. Maybe it didn't save my spamming NPCs. Bro, how is a casual player meant to figure this out? For real. For real. Thanks for stopping by, Hyper Mode. Like, so I assume that this is you're not supposed to figure it out. You are. It's supposed to reflect your gameplay. Leave sounds like it is extremely avoidant of. It's a get through the game as quickly as you can, get to the end, minimal combat, minimal damage. And I guess part of that is spamming talking to people and like checking doors, let me out. Circle, which is memory, 2 points for a new game you just start with. You get a point if it's less than 6 hours. And that's it. So if death equals leave, you get the promise ending. So when I played this the first time, and I was right on that threshold of between memory and promise, so close that just repeating the final boss meant enough changed that I got the different ending. That probably and it definitely was not under 6 hours. So I probably had like 1 to 2 death points. Death points you get by, let's see, regenning for more than 5 minutes, regenning for assuming more than 10 minutes, taking 1900 damage. I'm pretty sure my near deaths was not more than 8. I definitely died more than 5 times. So a death point for deaths. And then possibly enemies killed. It could have been either like been my damage taken and health regeneration time that I didn't heal in that fight, or the mobs that occur in that final fight. I was right on the threshold and I killed more of them on one run than I did the other. But the fact that it was that close is just phenomenal and just totally serendipitous. That's amazing. Okay, how much time do we have? We have 2 minutes before. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can do this quick. Okay, after I get the endings, I'm gonna play the ending of Leave via YouTube. Signalis endings video. All endings, 5 endings. Okay. Watch on YouTube. Are these time stamped? Leave. Okay. So we're going to play this on YouTube. The other ending. We're going to switch over to desktop here. This is Leave. I can't stall the commercial break anymore. So hopefully this gets in before the commercial break ends. Now we are 1. There's no audio. You're not able to hear that. Okay. I'll tell you what. We'll do the commercial break because I cannot delay it any further, unfortunately. And then I will run the ending. Mainly because I don't want the commercial break to cut it out, and I can't. I already snoozed it 3 times. It doesn't let me snooze more than that. Don't worry about that screen. Did I have anything on there that was no bueno? It doesn't look like it. I guess you saw my Steam ID, my name, and a lot of the games that I have. I've organized them. Desktop. Some names of hard drives. Okay, that's not. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Okay. 15 seconds for ads. While that is running, I'm gonna get this working so that you can actually see and hear what this ending. Get up and stretch. We'll be back. Oh, I really try, but okay, for those that can still hear me on the commercial break, I was just so close to thinking I'm going to burn my 3 snoozes before the last commercial break. And hopefully we can squeeze in the boss fight. Excuse me. Hopefully we can squeeze in the boss fight and see the ending and all that. And then I thought, like, if I do all that, one, I can't guarantee that the ending's going to get through in time. And two, there is also the time trying to find someone to raid. And I don't know how long that's going to take. Trying to squeeze all that in wouldn't have worked. So I thought, like, okay, I'm gonna just not burn them on this one. We'll just do a commercial break. We'll see the ending, and then we'll move on. And then I spent a fucking hour theorizing, didn't I? Ugh. Anyway, I'm halfway through my ice cream. It's totally melted now. So I would refreeze this and save the other half of it. But I don't think once ice cream's melted, that's really going to refreeze properly. So, oh no, I'm going to eat an entire pint of ice cream. Only 240 calories. Rebel ice cream is my jam. Especially because it's dairy free. Yep. All right, so after this commercial break, we'll watch the ending. And we will find someone to raid on this Monday morning, Sunday night, depending on where you are. Or, afternoon if you're in Singapore or whatever. I think they're across the international date line. They're probably in like 2 p.m. Monday. I only know that because I looked that up today. Was it today? No, it was like a day or two ago. Making friends around the world, hell yeah. Also, shout out to you if you figured out where my streaming page is and you're here. Welcome. Okay. Okay, everyone back from commercial break. I don't want to waste any more of your time. So, we have Search Games to thank for compiling these for us. And I'm going to unmute Chrome. And I'm going to mute SIGNALIS. Oh, you can't hear it anyway. You can't hear it right now? Okay. Here we go. This is the leave ending. The one I couldn't get. Let's rewind that a little bit and hope that the quality actually gets up to 1080p here. So this is the false ending. Number 2 is leave. Nope, that's chill shit quality. Sorry. Now we are one. I've been waiting for this for a long time. Once again, you've returned. Are you really willing to go through with this once more? You've seen what happens. The world cannot take much more. This may be our last chance. If you go back, it'll all fall apart. I can't let that happen. You selfish monster. Every time. So rude to put that through my eye. You'll destroy everything. In the end, it was too much for me. Please forgive me. Okay. That's leave. I'm going to skip back there to get that spat of words because it was too fast. Bakemonogatari style. In the end, I had to leave you behind, but it's too much. Forgive me. In the end, I had to leave you behind, but it's too much. Forgive me. Okay. So, just to round it out, let's go through it all. And then while we are doing that, going through all the endings, I Let's see if I can find a higher quality one because it's like not actually looking very good. Like it's lower resolution. YouTube. Do not mind recommendations or anything like that. It means nothing. Signalis endings. Search games. All endings explained. All cutscenes promise ending. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. That's the one, I guess. We'll watch through the whole thing. I'm gonna make myself disappear. Well, no. I'm going to interrupt here. False ending. I've been waiting. Alina Seo. So that's the first girl that you're chasing at the beginning. And I'm wondering, we have Alina, we have two others that look closer to an Elster unit. We have two white hairs. We have a long hair. So these are Ariana, most likely. This almost looks like a Falk. I think this is implying prior cycles, prior relationships, prior loves to essentially be. Put the desktop audio on while I'm doing this. I think this is kind of implying that this relationship has existed over multiple pairings. And it's a story that's repeating itself with multiple people. So we have Alistair most present, most recent, which is who we start with at the game, and we're chasing Alina Seo. eventually it shifts to us chasing Ariane as prior Alistair, the one that was probably on the Penrose program, and if I'm guessing was like a prior... It might be the Alistair that they're modeled after now, or maybe we're just going with something like psychic connection, bioresonance, the pathways in the relationship continues on with each iteration, someone else that you have been that this model fell in love with, and it's the same love as it was with that original partner back in what's it, the warring planet, the one that the Gestalt was based on. Maybe. Different Alistair units. Yeah, Ariana Young. I think it makes most thematic sense for the Alistair unit that future Alistair units are based on is the one that was with Ariane. But I'm not sure. Because it doesn't make sense for them to be able to recover that Alistair unit unless those memories were able to transfer through time and space. Which could, maybe with bioresonance and psychic abilities. Or if it crash landed on Rotfort? Sierpinski? And then they recovered it? I don't know. I'll interrupt this one because we've watched it once already. Elk was kind enough to share with us that the creators have stated that all endings are equally valid. So take that as you will. I think because of the time loop aspect of this game, they have all actually happened. Different Alistairs or repeated Alistairs. I'm also going to say it's totally possible that I'm wrong on all of this. So feel free to come to your own conclusions, because I feel like I'm making a couple of leaps of logic with all this. Not impossible leaps of logic, but assumptions. Assumptions are being made. I was really hoping to have a save where leave is the option there, and then I could just like I could play any ending at any time to just maybe record it myself in 1440p, because this 1080 on the 1440 screen looks kind of garbage for me. But also they didn't use the filters, so I don't think it looks as good. And then I could do side by side. Why not? That said, like, the cutscenes don't really follow the same rules as the in-game pixel art. Trying to, and the low res being smoothed out. The cutscenes, that rule is a little less true. That is some crap quality, I'm sorry. You'll at least have the VODs. That is far and away the most painful ending.
If you guys have a prime, slap that prime on the table like a big fucking cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now.
Archery kid, what the hell? Thank you for the combo breaker. Oh man. Thank you. Thank you for your sub. Especially using your Prime sub. Because you only get one of those a month. And you chose to spend it here. Thank you. God damn, that's such a combo. That's such a mood. An interrupt of the mood. Destroyed tone. Oh. I know you couldn't have planned that. You didn't know that was gonna happen probably, but I'm glad you chose to do it on memory, which I've already earned once tonight. That was not all the endings. Noted. I think maybe that wasn't the same video that I was on earlier. Yeah, it wasn't. Here's our other ending urn tonight. The artifact. Oh, let's skip back to that for a second. So we have armored Alistair that just died here. We have Alistair that's ripped her chest and arm off from the ending of Ending 1. We have a fully complete Alistair in standard configuration. An Alistair in, I believe this is the environment suit. And then this one, I don't know what that is. The gray chest, blue rungs, but no chest plate. This is almost like a half measure between standard and armored. Armored being us down here. These are the other iterations of this story. I'm going to have to translate that later. You know what? We'll do it right now. Why not? Translate. Oh, come on. Translate to English. S East Vollendet das Geheimnis dieses Gottes. Why say es work? Is that a space? Verkneucht hat Iren Knechten den Propheten. German detected to, not to Spanish, to English. Come on. It just completed The Home is Diesel's Gotten. How they cinematized it. I something the prophet. I don't think I did that quite right. I'm gonna fudge it here and say the journey home is complete. Or the journey home has been gotten. Why say es Verkneut hat hierhin Clinchen. Okay, let's see if I can. Kneca. Fix a typo. Kretchten. Verk. Noit. It just completed the home as Diesel's gotten. How they it verklinder hat I re-enslave the prophet. I'll figure this out later. Anyway. And them having their dance in their trashed ship. Yep. Okay. Well, that's been Signalis, everybody. Thank you for coming out for this huge journey. I'm a little disappointed we didn't get to earn the leave ending, but like, I'm not even sure what I did wrong. I'm going to guess it didn't save me like spamming on doors, trying to open them, or talking to people. And as always, take my story analysis. Like, be very, very skeptical that I got it right, because I probably did not. There's a lot of room for interpretation. So technically, there's no wrong interpretation, but come on. Okay, let's get you rated out here. Let's see here. Is there anybody else playing this game? Precisely one person for 6 viewers. Being the Silence. A PNG tuber. It says they're offline. Okay, so I guess they wrapped up. Well, let's raid Chihaya Hoshino. I think they're playing Dragon Rappa V3, Killing Harmony. And I don't remember how I found this person. Probably a random gift. But I'm going to send you over to her. And thank you all for coming. And we'll see you all in the next one. Oh, so next, probably Hollow Knight. In like 2 weeks, I have a vacation coming up, and it's going to be Hollow Knight. It's 2 weeks, and I'm going to try and do Hollow Knight and then Silk Song back to back. But I might start Hollow Knight sooner than that. Or I might just do stupid shit in between. We'll see. Anyway,